Welcome to WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. I was curious to see if I could get away with playing some clips in the lead up, some political related clips in the lead up to the start time. Asked and answered. Can't get away with it. Whole stream goes down. Okay, noted. Hey, Jake, check your Discord DM when you get a chance. All right, fair enough. I shall. And Foxy, if and when you return, I just saw your email. Great points. I will read it in detail post stream. But I was delighted to see that you gave me reading material I can go with as well. Thank you. And Pink, I will check that Discord following the show. Foxy, you fucked around and found out, Jake. Well, yeah, I was trying to find out. I was curious. I had a feeling that if anybody was going to be merciful about it, it'd be the whitest kids you know. So hopefully the whole channel doesn't get exploded. Whatever. This is why we do this on this stream and not left past it. Good to see you. Saucy Sea Witch, hello. Teddy Cool, hello. Pinkerbell Foxy, I said hello to y'all. It is good to see you today. It's oh man, I hope I have the correct stream title up as well. Today we're open for debate. Oh, I've titled it "Skip to Content." Open for debate. I should probably go fix that, and I shall. But yeah, we're gonna try seeing if we can attract some people that are even slightly considering voting for a guy that tried a coup in our country. I would very much like to. Yeah, I would very much like to figure out why that is. I feel like we can have a reasonable conversation wherein uh, we actually finally talk some sense into each other. Because here's the deal: either we're wrong, we're totally wrong, we have a wildly incorrect impression of who Donald Trump is and what he's all about, or they are. But both of us cannot be right. Trump cannot be a reasonable option if we're correct, and there's been a huge injustice done if they're correct. So let's find out. Let's talk about it. I'll try to attract them with some, I don't know, talking about what do you call it? Oh, Republican stuff. Project 2025. I have to reset this up because I got booted. Rightly so. I was very much using content that is not mine. All right. Thank you, ProPublica. Okay, so this is a video by ProPublica. I haven't seen it yet. However, I thought it looked very interesting. I will react to it live. And if anybody from the Trump world wants to set me straight, correct me on my thoughts regarding this, I invite you to do it. Just for those who are listening at home, ProPublica, and the text in the opening crawl says ProPublica and Documented obtained videos from the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 that are intended to train political appointees for the next conservative administration. Understand even further background on this, which is actually going to be important. Part of Project 2025 is to get only rabid right-wing extremists, thorough loyalists to the regime in power. A big part of it is to fire everybody that they possibly can in the government and replace them with people that don't care about the way things are supposed to run. They don't care about what the rules actually say. They only care about what they can get away with, what they can force Americans to endure. That's all they care about. So, this is their training video. And I have a feeling we're going to find that it says, well, listen, the rules only matter if they hurt you, if they can affect, if a punishment can come your way. If there's no punishment laid out in the rules, it simply says you're supposed to do something, but it doesn't say you'll be punished if you don't do it, then do the thing as long as it helps Trump. I think that's what they're going to say. Let's find out.
Hello, I'm Matthew Spaulding, Vice President of Hillsdale College. I'm at our Washington, D.C. campus, where I'm
I got to look up Hillsdale College.
also the Dean of the Stephen Amy Van Andel Graduate School of Government. I'd like to speak to you today about our common purpose, about America's common purpose, the things that are inherently American and that are at the heart of American conservatism.
In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal.
Oh my God. The conservative movement presents F off. That is a long intro. This is coming from me. Also, heads up, make sure nobody you know sends their kids to Hillsdale College. It's run by a traitor.
Many things upon which we disagree concerning domestic policy, foreign policy, economic policy. Those disagreements are important, and it's important that we discuss and deliberate and resolve those disagreements. But those disagreements should not blind us to the things we hold in common, the more important and higher aspects of America's purpose, but also the things we wish to conserve. Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton famously disagreed on just about everything you can imagine, especially when it came to important national policies. But they agreed deeply on the most fundamental questions about the rights of man grounded in nature, about the essence of the rule of law and constitutional government. Those are the things that are important for us to understand.
It's important to also know what a naturalist was back in the day. A naturalist was the closest you could get to saying you were an atheist back in the day. It was somebody who believed only in the observable truths. In other words, a lot of the founding fathers were naturalists. It's just important that I wouldn't have brought that up, except this guy just tried to say rights given to us by nature. He's going to try to say that yada, 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 you're supposed to be Christian. Opposite of
because those things, in addition to various policy matters we as conservatives hold to be true, but those things, the more fundamental things, are the essence, the foundation of conservatism. So I'm not going to talk about conservatism as much as that we wish to conserve. Those are the principles that are our inheritance. And those are the principles growing out of the Greeks and the Romans, informed by Athens and Jerusalem, going through British constitutionalism, that culminate in America.
Okay, hold on a second. So here's something that I think is important to understand with this video. He's giving you a long boring, confusing opening. And the reason he's doing this is so that you don't understand what he's talking about, so that he sounds fancy. This is like the most common conservative play I've ever seen. I mean, when a conservative wants to look official, they try to sound confusing. Understand this target audience here is a bunch. Like this video is supposed to be played for people that are being accepted into positions of government, and they're going to be asked to replace people who actually were doing their jobs, were interested in running the government properly, and they're going to be the replacements, the Project 2025 folks. They're going to be told to basically be a wrecking ball and to do a lot of things that are contrary to what their job says they're supposed to do. Like, for example, making Scott Pruitt the head of the EPA. If they are put in a position, let's take the EPA, where they're supposed to protect the environment, they're going to be asked to not enforce regulations that it's their job to enforce. And those people need to feel like it's something other than madness. Those people need to feel like, oh, there's some smart guy who's coming up with these plans, and it's based on some kind of principle. I don't understand it, but I'm just a low-ranking person. I don't need to understand it. That smart guy with the glasses, that guy with, the little round turtle shell glasses, that guy, he had this whole thing about founding fathers and what have you. These people that are yelling at me, they just don't like conservatives. That's the goal here. All this stuff he's doing, all this stuff with the founding fathers and blah 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 blah. You're not supposed to understand the point he's trying to make. He's just trying to bore you until you decide, well, I must not be smart enough to understand this. You, in this case, would be the Project 2025 person, and you're supposed to feel as though it's not important for me to understand what the complicated things he's pitching are. I just need to do what they say.
So as we deliberate and discuss the policy.
In other words, here we go. In other words, to be confident in the fact that what you're doing isn't evil, to be a confident face for these villains.
Questions that we need to determine, it is important to keep in mind the larger objective, which is to recover,
Kill America,
to restore, to conserve, and to save our country. Every nation derives some meaning from underlying ideas, from its ethnic background, its character, common religion, a shared history. But this country is actually different. It was founded at a particular time, in a particular place, by a particular people. And it is that rich heritage of ideas, especially those stated in our core fundamental documents, that define us still as a nation and as a people. America was revolutionary, but not in the way we normally think of that word, especially if we have in mind the French Revolution or the communist revolutions in Russia or Cuba. It was revolutionary in the sense of ideas. It was in the minds and the hearts of the people, John Adams once wrote. That was the source of the real American Revolution. The
point is, we want a king again. The point is, look, you might love the American Revolution and what have you, but you need to understand it. And it wasn't so much about not having kings as it was about something else.
About the ideas upon which a nation was to be established. Ideas that are applicable to all men in all times, as Abraham Lincoln once said. And they proclaimed that principle rather than will was to be the ultimate ground of government.
These days would have been fighting for the South.
It was at a particular time in history.
Well, not fighting. They're not.
These
brave.
universal ideas became the foundation of a particular system of government and a particular political culture. And that revolution culminated not in the guillotine, but in constitutional government, a government that is long endured. Those ideas, which we want to discuss briefly, are found in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. Those ideas still define us.
I'm going to do
as much as they're debated in many parts of our media and culture. And they define us because our system points backward, not merely historically backward, but as a practical matter. Our first law is our highest law, the Constitution. And our system, in principle, is built upon the foundations of the Declaration of Independence. Those ideas, that Constitution, still are beacons for everyone in the world. They're still warnings for despots around the world. And they are still the brightest lights.
Warnings for despots. Warnings for despots. We have a despot in the name of Donald Trump who appointed a Supreme Court that has taken a hatchet to the Constitution. The Constitution does not in any way, shape, or form say that the president is immune from prosecution. And it took an extremely conservative, which is basically synonymous with saying extremely corrupt, Supreme Court to interpret it that way. Why did they interpret it that way? Well, because Trump broke the law. Trump is a criminal. He's already a convicted felon. We know he's an adjudicated rapist, as in a New York court found that he sexually assaulted a woman. Her name was E. Jean Carroll. Look it up. But he got to a point, through the cheating of Republicans, he got to appoint 2 Supreme Court justices that this guy loves. And so they said, nope. Oh, you know that coup he tried? We're not going to let you pursue charges against that.
And the greatest inspiration for freedom and liberty in the world, especially here at home. Although much of our history begins earlier, we can define the American founding period as encompassing 2 pivotal moments. One is between 1775, the opening, Battle of Lexington, and the Treaty of Paris in 1783, the American Revolution. And the other is after the Revolution, in 1785, when it starts earnestly getting...
All right. This dude is going to go on forever. So let me jump ahead. I know ProPublica didn't edit this video. I'm going to, because this long intro is, as I said already, just designed to confuse the people watching, to make them also skip ahead like this, but to walk away with the idea that oh, this person must be smart. These people must know what they're talking about. So I don't have to. I don't have to think about whether or not this is a good thing that I'm going to be doing. Hey, Sandy, Environmental Coffee House is a great channel. We are on Left Past 10 together, and Sandy is a dear. Hey, Jake, I'm listening, but I'm working in the garden today. Got my headset on, and I look forward to listening to the show. Well, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Wicked Foxy Dragon telling the truth. Jake is not very diligent in checking his point of contacts. No, I'm not. And I keep making new ones because I think I'll check those more. And it just confuses things worse. So I'm going to just try to be more diligent about what I currently have. All right. Back to this nonsense. We're skipping ahead.
Behind and beyond the rights of Englishmen to their rights as humans. And so they turned to nature as the ground for the claim of rights, the ground upon which they would make their claims of independence, the grounds upon which they would assert their rights as an independent nation. So politics in property. We have a right
All right. So what I want to hear is what he is going to instruct people to do, as in, like, how does this relate to your job, which is going to be gutting the government.
A more Germanic word, precisely because it implied that liberty which is inherent to human beings. Have a right to the pursuit of happiness. They didn't use Locke's formulation of life, but great compromises were made with slavery. But
Oh,
I'm
oh, okay. This I gotta hear. How does the guy that gets half a chub when he imagines a black man in chains, how does he justify his worldview? Let's find
which
out.
is a right to come to know the truth about the most important things, and especially religious truth. Hence the grounding of the right to religious liberty, which we will see expressed most famously later in the Constitution itself, in the First Amendment. I might note here.
How about your right to not have a religion? How about your right to not be forced to follow somebody else's religion? I wonder if he holds that high.
The great contradiction of slavery. It existed at the time of the founding. Indeed, the draft of the Declaration condemned the slave trade, but great compromises were made with slavery. But most importantly,
He
the
still wanted their
seed
labor,
of its condemnation,
free.
the beginnings of the abolitionist movement, actually grow out of the Declaration of Independence and its proclamation that all men are created equal. In addition to the idea of equality and rights, the other great truth that is self-evident according to the Declaration is the question of consent. Legitimate governments must grow out of the consent of the governed. Indeed, if we are equal in fundamentals, we're equally human, we have equal rights, the only way to proceed is through some sense of consent, which in our country is representative forms of government. As first, establish the sovereignty of the people. The people possess rights, not the government. Indeed, according to the American understanding of politics, no.
All right. This whole video is designed to do what I told you about earlier. This whole video is an exercise in making these people believe that they have a academic set of reasons for doing what they're going to be asked to do. Okay, whatever. I'm tempted to watch this other video by ProPublica. Same thing. But this one's called Left-Wing Code Words and Language. Let's find out how the people who brought us Left is Best, ironically, think lefties talk.
Under the bed?
Yeah, they have been, but we always tell them that they do not exist.
Today we have news. There are monsters in Uncle Sam's attic.
It's the words, phrases, definitions that are used, which may look like one thing, but absolutely mean another. And it is scary.
This from Republicans, from the welfare queen party, from the dog whistle is our whole way of communicating party. Fascinating. Okay.
During this training, we will identify the problem, discuss examples from our time in the federal government, as well as the 5 cross-cutting principles of the current administration. We will teach you how to unwind the words.
This was the video. This was the video to watch. So we will teach you how to interpret anything said to you as an attack on being a conservative. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe, because these days being a conservative does mean that you hate America. So let's just watch this for a moment and enjoy the madness.
In phrases that have been so artfully layered into every document in the federal government. You can do this in any role at any level of seniority. This training will prepare you to make changes and fast. The left continually pivots and assaults definitions and phrases. They twist words and phrases to support subconscious acceptance of a philosophy that was rejected or is against the grain of human existence, like, what is a woman? Perhaps the most
Not very Christian of them, it sounds like.
effective tool the left wields is their ability to engage in constant subliminal advertising through their narrative, words, and phrases. Marxism became socialism, then
Holy crap. This is training for government employees. Why everything the left says to you is a coded attack. Okay, Miss Jones, watch out for the gay frogs.
democratic socialism, and is now represented by the terms social justice and equity. This
Okay, pause. So, this person wants you to believe, if you're going to be a government employee, they want you to believe that the word equity actually means Marxism.
is their ability to engage in constant subliminal advertising through their
So she says it's subliminal advertising. Now listen how equity means Marxism.
narrative, words, and phrases. Marxism became socialism, then democratic socialism, and is now represented by the terms social justice and equity. This
Kind of makes you wonder, why do we even have all these different words? Why not just use the one word? It's almost as though they mean different things. For the record, if you're a dummy and you vote Republican, it's hard for me not to be a sassy bitch. All right. For the record, if you thought, well, that lady's making sense because I eat paint chips. Here's the deal. Marxism is very, very different than what'd you say, democratic socialism. They're not the same thing. They're actually things come up, ideas about how to run a society years and years and years apart. And equity is very different from both of those things. They're not even remotely related. Social justice is different from all of those things. You can stop and look up each individual term if you prefer, but she's suggesting that me, the group I'm part of, is trying to make those things synonymous with each other. Is trying to just use one word to mean another. And I very specifically don't. I very specifically would like it actually if you, the target of this here video, understood the difference in those words. And if you want to make me happy and ask me about them, I'm happy to explain them to you. But the important takeaway is to know that this person just lied to you. It does not help us. It does not help progressives for you to be confused about these things. And I will point out that she is the one. She's the one trying to make you believe they all mean the same thing. And I wonder why that is.
is perhaps the most scary of all.
Katie,
Oh,
what brings to mind
scary.
is the quote, "He who controls the language rules the world." It's attributed to Joseph Stalin and other tyrants. And George Orwell stated, "He who controls language controls culture." Even more, Hitler.
They would have loved Stalin and Hitler if they were in those countries. They are all about authoritarians, and they despise everything George Orwell stood for. You ought to know that.
And others lived by the creed. If you repeat a lie often enough, people will believe it. Without doubt, it's true. Language is a powerful and often controlling tool.
Career bureaucrats and the
famous
left
for
are
doing
also
that,
using
repeating
language
lies.
to change culture and gain more and more authority, thereby upsetting the balance of power envisioned by our founding fathers. This, in essence, weaponized language against the American people.
This training is vital to you as a political appointee. If there's one thing you take from this training, it is to know when you start your job as a political appointee, every single word, phrase, and acronym must be vetted, and you must determine what implications every word has before publishing or moving forward with any official or internal document.
Okay, this lady that just said, "Oh, remember George Orwell, the guy that wrote the book 1984, which had newspeak in it? You must always love Big Brother." Well, I'm here to tell you that you government appointee, must comb through all the language in documents and make sure it's got our newspeak in it. Remember, equity doesn't mean equity anymore if you're a Republican. Equality does not mean equality. Now equality, if you're going off what the Republicans say, means Marxism. So you must take out equity. You must take out those words. You must not allow for something like social justice. Any sort of justice, really. This is the training they will give to government appointees. This is the stuff your government officials that you have to deal with. Person who runs the DMV. This is the stuff those folks are going to watch if Trump wins. Don't let this punk win. Don't let any Republican win ever again. Because this is something they tried to get away with. If somebody tries to strangle you, you're having a nap on the couch, and you wake up and they've got gloved hands on and they're reaching towards your neck, don't let them back into your house. Doesn't matter that they failed to strangle you. They tried. Don't let them back in. Doesn't matter that Kamala is wiping the floor with Trump right now. I'm going to say it correctly now. If Kamala wins, it doesn't mean that next time it's okay to vote for a Republican. We can never allow them into office ever again. Ever. Let's keep this horror show going.
All right. So now that we have identified the problem, let's give the viewers a taste of what we saw in the Trump administration.
Ooh.
Bethany and I were both part of a coordinated effort in the Trump administration focused on trying to take.
May they never, for having worked for the Trump administration, may they never shop peacefully ever again, go out to dinner peacefully ever again. May every food item that is handled by a service employee have spittle in it. May they get booed every time they show their faces in public. These are villains.
Back hijacked language and definitions across the United States government and even at our engagements in the United Nations. From our experiences, we will teach you how to identify the left's progressive language, scrutinize career staff compositions for dangerous language, and how to combat their manipulative efforts, ensuring clarity of definition and conservative intention. Bethany and I are going to give you some examples of what we mean by this need to always ensure clarity, but in no way are we able to foresee the future and anticipate how the progressive left will continue to co-opt even more words and definitions. We can tell you the words and phrases being used today, but by the time you enter the administration, these examples may be obsolete. This will help you spot crucial issue areas to pay close attention to. We do not know what they will be calling men and women by the time you begin your tenure with the administration. The left is trying to dismantle America, and
The irony. And this is why I want MAGA folks in particular to call in, because the amount of projection from these punks is astounding. Literally, this is a video put up by a group that is trying to dismantle America. And they are accusing the left of trying to dismantle America. What is it the left is doing? Oh, they want people to be treated equally. Basically, the founding principles of the United States. They want America, the left wants America to fulfill its promise. But these jackals are trying to do the opposite. They're trying to make sure there is no language allowed that even suggests that people have equal rights. No equality. No social justice. Those words mean Marxism, according to these foul creatures.
rebuild it in their own image by using the art of deception, and words and definitions are their weapon of choice. Remember, words change culture. Bethany, with your
It's like she's saying that to herself, too. Remember, words change culture. And if we want to smother these cultures that we hate, which is every culture that's not the worst kind of honky, we got to change the words.
extensive experience with both domestic and international policy issues, and in light of your role in leadership positions at USAID, can you walk us through some examples of how the left uses words, weaponizes really, words and definitions? And if you could do that in a context of the cross-cutting issues that are identified in the mandate for leadership, and really, as we understand, the cross-cutting issues were identified because they are the pillars of the Biden administration. And so they've been layered into virtually every document in the federal government. If you could walk us through some of those examples, I think it would be incredibly helpful.
I'd be happy to, absolutely. The 5 topic areas for today's discussion are centered on women, children, and family, environment, human rights and border security, the gender cult, and equity.
Wow.
The first topic, women, children, and family.
I can't wait for them to get to equity. Oh, that's going to be good. Ugh, equity. Nobody should be equal. But in America, nobody should have a fair and equal shot at success. In America? Ugh. Can you believe that the left wants that? Everybody having a equal shot at getting a piece of the pie? Let's get to it.
I worked on international issues and very closely followed the language presented at the United Nations. And I saw up close and personal how this indeed is true. Language is used to control culture. I'll never forget a conversation I had with the chief of staff at USAID. We are trying to provide alternative language for the highly controversial phrase comprehensive sexuality education, or CSE, which at the United Nations had come to mean not just typical sex education, but instead had been morphed into teaching and normalizing sex at very early ages.
And he said to me, "Where are your eyebrows?" Let me talk about that. MAGA, I hope you're listening. Freaks like these two. Freaks like that don't want kids to know what sex is at all. They want them ignorant of what sex is. And they're the reason the rest of the world, including a little more than half of America, does want kids to know clinically what sex is because it's healthy to know that. The knowledge of what sex is a good thing for children to know in case one of their husbands does what those kinds of people do, those freaks in the Republican Party do, and tries to molest a kid. If a kid knows what a blowjob is, if a kid knows what sexual intercourse is, they hopefully aren't even interested in it yet. But if they know what it is, they'll know that gross Republican, that's what they're trying to get them to do when they say, don't tell your parents about this. They can accurately report, yeah, that Republican candidate for office, one of those two jackals, they were trying to molest me. Oh, I have the vocabulary now. I have the understanding now. They don't want that taught because they want to go on molesting kids. That's my understanding. If you disagree, if you're a Republican and you disagree, there's a link in the comments. Come talk to me. But these kitty diddlers really don't want kids having any sort of tools to prevent getting molested. They love when kids are sexually abused. That's Republicans' whole jam, basically.
Even as young as preschool. And for girls who became pregnant, that abortion was a preferable method of birth control. Back to the conversation with the
Nope. Preferable? That's just a lie. There's nobody teaching that it's a preferable method of birth control. Not getting pregnant in the first place. That's the preferable method of birth control. You can do that through abstinence, or you can do that through prophylactics. You can learn the various options at your disposal, but nobody anywhere is suggesting that the preferable method is abortion. That is a lie. Why is this freak lying to you? And by the way, let me be clear here. I said, "Oh, they want kids to get molested." That's not true. Because I can't know. I don't know what they want. What I do know is they don't care. They do not care. It's a statement of fact that early sex education makes it more difficult for sexual predators to prey on children. They've been told that. They are aware of that fact. And they don't care about it. So that's why I infer that they want kids to be diddled. Because they don't care if those kids are diddled. And what else can I infer? Again, if you disagree, please, let's talk about that. Let's talk about these freaks.
The chief of staff. He suggested several alternatives, but each time I told him that, unfortunately, his recommended edit was also interpreted as CSE. Frustrated, he vented, "They have literally co-opted the English language." And it was at that moment that I realized that the progressive left is controlling the language, redefining definitions, and by doing so, are ruling the world. On a positive note, despite all the angst that we did succeed on that negotiation, DevEx published an article with the headline, "No Mention of Reproductive Rights in Declarations out of G7 Development Ministerial." You can read more about this in the course materials section. Now, let's talk about the word abortion. The left got very creative years ago and started using different words to make abortion sound a little less like murder. For example, sexual and
It's not murder. So they don't need to come up with any words to make it sound less like that. It's simply not.
reproductive health, reproductive rights, sexual and reproductive health services, reproductive health services, health
Let me
services,
knock out this whole list.
sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights.
Okay. Sexual and reproductive health, it's a broad term, and it means lots of things, in which abortion is included. That's like me saying, oh, lately the left is using lots of different words to refer to punting. They refer to things like sports, football, plays, kicking. Yeah, these things encompass punting too, I guess. They don't all mean the same thing. However, remember, their target audience is people who they're looking to load up with excuses, people who they are looking to make feel like they're out there doing good in the world by getting the Jews or whatever awful things they decide they're into that week. Yeah, I guess this time it'll be by controlling Americans' bodies, making the government decide what you're allowed to do within your own skin. This is the excuse they're using to take away that right from Americans.
Sexual and reproductive health and rights. All of these include abortion. For years, we knew that the term
Look at that, right at the end. All of these include abortion. They don't mean abortion by themselves. So saying the left is trying to trick you by talking about what? Your bodily autonomy. It's not a trick. It is a large conversation. These people are threatening major rights, rights that have implications beyond just abortion. And by the way, abortion's a big deal in and of itself. So when we tell you that what you are doing, Republicans, affects things that are even larger than that, consider that maybe it's worth listening to.
terms above that I just mentioned had been used and that they were code for abortion. The left
they are
and
not.
the career bureaucrats at state and USAID told us, oh, no, no, no. But then when I was negotiating with Canada for the G7 development ministerial, I said, well, can we just use these terms and add that does not include abortion? And their response was telling. They said, but it does include abortion. Even with that admission, I had a difficult time convincing political appointees that these terms were co-opted. Another example hits closer to home and highlights how imperative it is for political appointees to ensure definitions are correct and explicitly followed. 3 days after President Trump took office on January 20th, 2017, he issued a presidential memorandum regarding the Mexico City policy. This became known as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance Policy, or the expanded Mexico City policy. When I arrived at USAID in June 2017, I was the first political appointee in a bureau outside the front office and the sixth political appointee in the building. Despite President Trump issuing a presidential memorandum at the very onset of his administration to immediately change course and to protect life, even months later, his guidance was ignored. I remember hearing careers refer to this policy and even seeing documents that refer
His guidance. I want to pause for a second and talk about what Tom Trask just asked. I have a theory on this. He says, why is America cursed with these backward activists? I actually think I know. I think it feels like for a lot of these folks that we reached the end of history, that there's nowhere to go but back. We filled up all the land. Go try to colonize some new place, some new wilderness. Even America was full of humans by the time the honkies got here. What else is there to conquer? what we ought to be doing, and this I'm going to go real hippie here, maybe even nerdy hippie, if there's a word for that. What I think we ought to do is look up. We should be uh, colonizing space. There's no one there who's going to mind. We should be curing cancer. We should be providing free energy, literally free electricity for anyone that wants it. We should be providing grants for scientific discovery. Just put bounties out on new ways to treat disease and kill bacteria. Put bounties on that. How fun would that be? A bunch of can-do scientists or science-minded folks out there getting rich by solving problems. That's what we ought to be doing. But we don't, because we are in the yoke of capitalism. If all these things require us to work collectively to some degree or another, even if we do the very capitalist bounties on scientific discovery, that still requires us as a people to get together and say it's worth coming up with an answer for this thing. It's worth rewarding whoever does. And that cuts into the profit margins of the people who are currently our oligarchs. And so they fund people like Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro to inspire people like these goons to fight against progress. So we have a fight to participate in.
Referred to it as the global gag order. I immediately told the career staff that we do not refer to it as the global gag order, but instead appropriately as the Protecting Life and Global Health Assistance policy. To some, it may seem inconsequential, but it actually was completely undermining the president and the American people who had elected President Trump. So opposed to this policy change, the left actually started a new organization and an international movement called She Decides, which invited NGOs and other foreign governments to join and actively promote abortion services and advocacy, essentially joining together to try to counter what the Trump administration was doing to protect life.
Good. I've been saying this more and more. I really want to make it clear. Americans live in a bubble. It helps us immensely when people from other countries point out flaws with America. I know. Americans were, for the last 40 years, have been making fun of other countries and talking about people from those countries like they are less than for not being American. Not all of us feel that way. Some of us do. But ironically, the people that do think that other folks are envious of America in all things. These freaking people, they think, Nina Canadian, that you're envious of our health care. They earnestly think that. It helps us, as in people who want to have decent lives, when you relieve us of that illusion. Thank you for being vocal. Please keep it up. And the next time we try to get into a 20-year war, don't attaboy us. We were all effed up during that time. I know. But now we've learned. Next time, don't attaboy us.
Language matters.
Bethany, it's incredible how the left is able to make killing children and babies a pro movement. I mean, their narrative is just incredible and so opposite of what the reality of the situation is. We see that also with environment, right? So I remember when I was in school, in elementary school, we were taught that we were all going to be frozen over by an ice age. And of course, this was terrifying. And then in the 80s, it was acid rain. We were all going to die
They
from the
shouldn't be.
acid rain. And then it moved to global warming, which I think, most of the people watching this tape will remember. That was during the Obama administration.
Yes.
And then science comes along and disproves the global warming theory in large part.
Why the f is she nodding like, "Yeah, that happened." Yeah. What the f are you talking about? This is on track to be the hottest year on record again. You all know that global warming is, real, happening. Last year, New York was under a haze for several days. Couldn't walk outside because there was smoke everywhere. Because Canada was on fire. Have you noticed that California tends to burn pretty horrifically every year now? Have you noticed winter getting shorter and shorter? Have you seen the polar ice caps melting? I'm skipping ahead. We don't even need to deal with that. Republicans, call in. At a minimum, you have to justify to me why you would dare say global warming's not happening. Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, all right. Well, it's not a Republican, but it is somebody I'm glad to see. Nine Tails, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Just going through this Project 2025 training tape. What's on your mind?
I had to get in on this environment stuff because it's like the more they deny it, the more they're setting themselves up for failure. And this is what I think, like, if we can get this into their heads somehow, whether it's just by like giving them the idea and letting them stew in their own self-doubt, maybe we can't convince them directly, maybe it has to be them who thinks it's their own idea. But
Maybe,
none of their goals make sense in a world where climate change is effing shit up. I don't know why I said effing if I'm just going to swear anyways, but every single year, military spending is going to go through the roof alone because of all the research and extra stuff that they're putting into this, because they are crapping their pants out of fear of what the landscape is going to look like. And that's just the military. Think about your common nuclear family average homeowner, right? What's their life going to be like, especially if they live on the coast? If you're a right winger, if you're a Republican and you're falling for this climate change stuff, you are literally, and I'm anti-gun, but like I think any gun owner should be aware of when they're doing this. You're shooting yourself in the foot. Yeah. And that's there's no other way of putting it. Capitalism doesn't make sense in a world where climate instability is messing everything up. We are going to be forced into more localized and decentralized forms of commerce because global transportation, globalized economy, all the things that make capitalism supposedly the biggest success ever. I disagree, but I'm just quoting them on this. It's just not going to happen. You're going to wake up and your Amazon package is still going to be overseas when it was supposed to be there yesterday. And you're going to be like, well, I guess if you're a Republican, you can get mad at minorities. And that's like the one benefit of being a Republican, right? You don't have to get mad at the complex system and think, well, this is too difficult to deal with.
Yeah, you don't have to deal with reality. You can just it's like you get beer spilled on you in a pub, and instead of turning and saying, well, excuse you to the person that did it, you can look throughout the pub and be like, who do I think is least capable of defending themselves? That person. Okay. Hey, F you, person across the room who spilled this beer on me.
I mean, like, people unironically do that in real life. Like, I've met people. Unfortunately, and luckily before I transitioned, I've been to jail. Part of it's due to activism and stuff, I've seen people who just blatantly do that. Like, everybody in the jail knows that's what they're doing, but nobody says anything, right? Because they'll be next. And that's probably one of the strongest people there. My problem is that, like, I think that they're being diluted into no longer being conservatives. And now I'm not a conservative, so that doesn't bother me. But like, they're not conserving the world as they know it anymore. They're not actually holding on to the stability that they otherwise promise your average, especially rural homeowner. And there's all sorts of ways that they screw that. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying that they ever actually did that, but this is probably one of the most, like, if you can get a right winger to see what climate change is doing and then say, how do you expect to achieve any of your goals? Then I think that they really will second guess themselves.
I've made this observation many a time, but like if you look for if you take the actual definition of conservative, that's Democrats. The Democratic Party are conservative. They are the ones who are most resistant to any sort of change. They are very pro big business and using business to solve issues that I think government should solve. They are, in terms of like policy and what they're trying to get done, they're conservatives. And you know, if that's what you want to be, I don't agree with it. But Mazel tov. It's just that the branding is that they're lefties, and it's simply not accurate. Whereas the Republicans, who once upon a time claimed to be conservatives, they are at best regressive, but I don't even know what you call them anymore. Radical right wing extremist. Is it even right wing? It's just a series of bizarre conspiracy theories threaded together, and it seems like the only thing they agree on is that brown people have to suffer in every policy we push.
Yeah, and
Weird.
Sorry, you can go ahead.
No, that's it. I'm just kvetching, as they say.
Well, like, let's say like the left is, overgeneralizing something, right? Who do we tend to attack? Like, like incorrectly with that? Like systems, politicians, people with some sort of degree of concentrated power who probably do deserve criticism on some level. But if we're overgeneralizing, that's the victim in that case, right? When the right overgeneralizes, it's minorities, and that's all there is to it. And yet they're so afraid of becoming the minority. You can see that with cancel culture discourse,
terrified,
and the free speech stuff. Gun ownership even is partially about like, I'm afraid of being a minority, a political minority. And it's part of it is like they're also not democratically minded, right? They don't think of democracy as being something that's like necessary. They think more of power and authoritarianism and control as being what's necessary to make humans function.
Oh yeah, the
and sorry, I just remembered you were tying this to Democrats, if I may. I totally tie this to Democrats too, especially with status quo corporatist thinking and neoliberalism. Like when you like Democrats are basically, sorry, excuse me, the left's equivalent of a Reaganite. So
yes, yeah, I think if you took a conservative from the 1990s and plopped them down now, and you asked them we took the labels off parties and said, which one of these parties would you want to be a part of? 10 out of 10 of them would say the Democrats, because of like the things they believe are very conservative. The way they operate is very conservative. This is not related to anything we've been talking about. I love your new avatar. You did it.
Thank you.
You figured this thing out. Are you doing that through OBS?
Yes, and another program. It's called, I think, Mini VTuber. It was super easy to set up. Okay, so it's called VitoTube Mini, actually. So it seems to be more of like an independent project, but it works really well so far. And I'm not doing anything fancy. So, in fact, I had myself muted, and I was, in order to mute my mic, because I can't just mute StreamYard, it made my mouth move, and I'm like, oh, that's something I got to work out.
Fair enough, but I do think it's cool. GNN, what is it? Galactic News Network, I think does something very similar, and it's a good look. It works well.
This is also kind of like, if you don't like this, then I hope you also don't like AI art, because that's what this is. And it's ironic that way because I think AI art is disgusting. I don't think that this avatar is actually that aesthetically pleasing, but it fits within my brand as being kind of weird and a fox. So
Yeah, no, I think the basic concept of a still image and a mouth open image, it works really well for this format, you know?
oh, and I
Uh,
animated the mouth myself. Like I actually drew that in paint just for
hey,
extra skill points. I don't think I had to do it. In fact, I probably could have just gotten a second AI image of the mouth open, but this is
nah,
just
this
more
is good.
fun.
Yeah. Uh, do you want to crack into these gals at all, or is there something else you want to bring up?
No, in general, I was just here to talk about how the viability of conservatives and Republicans and even neolibs in the war machine is just so limited in the future thanks to climate change, unless they can find something like a way to do something about it. But right
Yeah.
now, like
They don't have solutions for problems. All they have is different ways to explain why those problems don't really exist.
and they have the stock markets, right? Who they can hype up and say, look at all these great projects. We're doing military spending and all this stuff. So you should get super excited and put money into these companies. But like at the end of the day, like I think their biggest problem is that, well, it's not their biggest problem. It's something they actually have going for them, which is that we don't actually know how bad it is. And from my
Yeah.
observations, and I do try to study this very closely. In fact, environmental sciences and ecosystem services and something called systems ecology is probably the core crux of what I study, because I actually see something known as social ecology as being the response to economics as a debunked science about humanity. So I
All
don't
right,
think
lay that out
economic.
for me a little bit.
Okay, so
What is it? I don't even have like if you were to
I'm not
fact
polished.
check it for me.
I'm not polished. But the simple way of saying is like we got economics, especially economics as we know it today in capitalism, from a bunch of theories about human behavior known as classical liberalism. And this made a bunch of assumptions about humans, one of them being, humans are inherently greedy. One of the strongest talking points I think that social ecology has going for it is that humans are actually collectivistic. We want to cooperate. We want to create things that help each other.
Mm.
And greed is more of a function of a scarcity, whether that's manufactured or natural, and B, a lot of the nationalistic kind of right-wing identity politics that we still have yet to root out of society.
Yeah, greed is like a fever of scarcity.
So we have built a lot of institutions, a lot of laws, a lot of you name it, basically anything that is kind of set in stone in society comes from this principle that we need to protect the good, the righteous men, just to be clear, from the greedy kind of slobbish masses who don't know what's good for us. It turns out that humans are ecological players, the same as any sort of animal out there. We might be more complex about it with culture and society and stuff like that, but it all serves ecological functions at the end of the day. And that's not to minimize or reduce us in any way. We're not fruit flies, of course, but we are part of that web that exchanges materials and energy with the rest of the world around us. And it's funny, I have a book called Capitalism in the Web of Life, which is supposed to, I guess, synergize the idea of capitalism in this instead of refuting it. And I don't agree with this book at all. I read the whole thing and I was just like, I can't get on board with this. And then I read someone who's supposedly a bit problematic behind the scenes, which is okay, fine. I'm not going to rep him personally or endorse him. But I read Murray Bookchin, whose thoughts on social ecology really just like, I was already studying ecology at the time, but I never thought to take it to like a political level or an economic level.
Yeah.
And the way he puts it is like, if we think about like industry, just industry, not even humans anymore, as an ecological thing, then the current industries we have are not ecologically functional at all. They're way too big. So they're overscaled. They're far too centralized. So we have to move goods over large amounts of distance to get them to where they need to go before they can be processed to be transported back or somewhere else to consumers. And the whole thing is very energy dependent, very demanding. It's not very localized. And so the model that Bookchin kind of prescribes is like a more communitarian. So think of like libertarianism, but more left. So there's more socialist, communist elements involved, where we're actually like, we own the means of production and everything is kind of community scaled instead. And what this enables us to do is generate power at more reasonable scales, store it at more reasonable scales, which is of course the problem with renewables. And also kind of have a self-sustaining closed loop system where we're not dependent on all of these like external factors just to exist, and kind of going back to the agrarian model, but with the technological advances we have today still.
Interesting.
And so like I'm doing a bad job kind of like explaining how this debunks economics, because that's the part I'm planning on really kind of understanding better and writing my own book about. Because I think that people like Bookchin are kind of outdated. They don't age well with some of the things they said. And it's time for a new voice to come forward who really, like, I've really tried to understand the science the best that I can without like a formal education on this. I do have a mentor who's a biochemist and an engineer by training, who's given me a lot of insight into like the systems biology part of this and how that really works. And I do tend to do some science within that. I have some like side projects that aren't really political, but maybe like something I might sell on like, I don't know, Etsy, because it's nice to have money, unfortunately, as much as I hate capitalism.
Oh yeah. You can be anti-war, but still want a helmet, you know?
And in summary, I think that there's a case to be made that capitalism was a social experiment, right? Like we didn't really know that it would succeed when we made it. This is better than feudalism. This is better than what came before it.
Thank you. I was going to say, I'll go a step farther. It's a social experiment I'm grateful for. And I think it was a smashing success considering it helped guide us out of feudalism. It's just, I don't know why we would think, and now let's stop. We've invented the Model T. There's no need to research engines anymore. It doesn't make any sense.
But here's the thing is like, I don't think we need capitalism to do that. I think humans would naturally innovate without needing these overarching systems to determine how possible it is. And you're not competing with like Ford, for example. And so like, if say it is more successful and there isn't something like private property and intellectual property getting in the way, then other communities can see how successful it is and be like, we're going to do that too. And since there isn't as much of a profit model determining like why you're doing that, then it's not a big deal that your very helpful innovation is actually helping humanity abroad.
Yeah, I want capitalism to be the X that got me into Cowboy Bebop. You know, like I'm grateful for the things that we accomplished. It was good that it happened when it did. It was part of our development. But you know what? Not capitalism ain't marriage material.
And I don't want to rain on that parade. What I would say is that like the founders really
against Cowboy Bebop.
The founders really predicted that this could just exist forever, right? We don't ever need to say like, okay, when does this stop? When do we start considering other alternatives? And I think that the sustainability part of this experiment, how long can this really go for, is proving itself to no longer be sustainable. Case in point, climate change. We don't have brakes on this thing. And so for me, here's what I think people can do. If you're feeling disenfranchised with voting in the system and working within the system, it's time to start providing sustainable alternatives. And what that means is something that is self-contained. So if you have to buy a piece of land, sure, but no longer try to own that piece of land. Let it be everybody's land that they can go to as a refuge from capitalism. And I know that like at the end of the day, this will all be easier said than done, but this is where I think things like direct action and more diplomatic approaches, and even like thinking about sovereignty. As much as sovereign citizens are gross, it's thinking about sovereignty and having our own kind of like pseudo nation state within the existing states to fight for our rights as an alternative kind of force that doesn't rely on capitalism, but can still provide you your means at the end of the day. So we need to think of these as social experiments as well, right? We provide a hypothesis being we're going to be able to provide the basic needs of anyone who's here. We're going to give them opportunities to participate within things, and then by doing so, they have access to more resources, kind of communism, right? And most importantly, this needs to be sustainable. This needs to be a closed loop kind of self-sustaining thing that, like, aside from fringe cases like someone gets a heart attack and needs to go to the ER, we can handle most of the problems that come our own way. And whether that's through being agrarian or whatever, that depends on the person, on the group who's running the social experiment and what they think is optimal.
I think it's important for normies to understand too, when we're talking about major shifts like this, we're not talking about having one election where all of a sudden we just totally switch the way we do things. We're talking about experimenting with policies one at a time and seeing how they work. For example, we already have socialist policies in America, and they're largely very popular. The military is not a private organization by any means. The fire department is not a private organization. Used to be, is not. The roads are paved largely through agreements between people who say the government should handle this. We're just looking at saying, like, hey, what about our healthcare system? What about our energy? Why are we paying private companies when we all agree we need electricity in our homes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? I do think I do have one question, I guess. When you said you buy a piece of land, you make it open to everybody. Practically, though, what about me being the sort of person I am? I want a chunk of land, and I want a space where I know I can go be alone, and no one else is allowed to come interrupt me. I just want to go isolate for a while. How do you reckon with that instinct? There's going to be a lot of people that feel that way. Are you suggesting what then?
Well, I think if you were going to live like that on like your own kind of solitary piece of land, that wouldn't be like unacceptable or anything. I still think that this would be more of like a mutual respect of boundaries than like a private property encoded into law kind of thing that you would have relative to whatever community is nearby and probably sold you or allowed you to occupy that part of land by yourself. And so if you think about it, like, it's possible to be like the solitary man in the woods type deal and live off the land and all that stuff. But do you really want to, or would you rather?
Me personally, yes. But
you might want to also have a community that, like, every Saturday or something, you can go to a bonfire with and enjoy some drinks that you otherwise wouldn't be able to enjoy. Is that fair?
I'm not trying to be difficult. Me personally, no. If I could utterly be an anonymous,
that's more misanthropic than I am even. But okay, let's be real about humanity in general, right? Like, most people are usually so social that they want to live adjacent to that kind of goings on. Even rural people want to live on a street that's connected to a town, because you never quite know. And I think that's the key thing here, is that, like, if we do actually make strides in defending our sovereignty and stuff like that, which may take the form of militancy, but I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing, then it is possible to expand our domain and say, okay, well, some people don't want to live within the hustle and bustle of our not centralized community, but where everyone is in the community. And so we're going to let them spread out. Doesn't mean you own the land, but that little piece of that hut you have in the woods and stuff like that, people know that that's your patch of woods, and just to kind of try to leave you alone. That's just common knowledge within the community. And better yet, let's say freaking autofocus. I hate it.
Right.
Let's say that capitalism does decide, well, actually, we want his piece of land. Well, we're going to defend you. We're going to come around and say, no, actually, we said he could stay there. We said we're going to leave him alone. So that means you're going to let him stay here and you're going to leave him alone because you're respecting our sovereignty as we diplomatically decided, or militarily, but I don't want to go there. That's making the algorithms kind of paranoid. So we're not going to go there. But I will say that if we're talking about means to an end, then it may come down to, well, climate change is backing us into a corner. And this is our only way to actually have stability as a leftist organization. Because I guarantee you, fascism is going to exploit this. It's going to exploit it every way it can. The fact that rural America feels disenfranchised from having their field flooded and it's too hard to blame the nuances of climate change and capitalism. So
I think part of that is part of the answer there is to call it ahead of time, is to say, because we're able to look at essentially a farmer's almanac of disaster and say, look, there's floods coming to this region soon. Start talking about it now so that when it happens, people who want to be know-it-alls and people who want to turn to their neighbors and say, I know what's happening, will have that answer ready to go instead of Browns somehow. Yeah. One other thing that I think is a lesser appreciated monster around the corner is the inefficiency of the internet. I think right now, like with all the, have you heard of the dead internet theory? Basically, like 20. There's a theory that like 20% of the internet is just bots going around. And,
no,
yeah.
If you're on Twitter, then it's 50. But
yeah. So all of those transactions make a computer somewhere move. It's literally that simple. Even if it's just a little transistor going like that, all of those interactions require processing power. Processing power requires energy. There's a tremendous energy draw just from bot accounts around the world. Right now, it's barely noticeable because we produce so much energy, yada, yada, yada. At some point, and I think in the very near future, and I think politicians are already getting briefed on this because Trump was talking about it, and Trump has never had an original thought ever that wasn't about banging his daughter.
Definitely.
At some point, this is going to become something politicians start talking about. And we have an opportunity before that happens to define the baseline for the conversation. As in, we can't be taxed to pay for Elon Musk's server space type thing. I think that's especially folks like you who are looking at the economics of how we structure ourselves. I would hope that you'll start to form an opinion on that some way or another. I hope that becomes part of your palette of things that you're looking at, because I'd like your opinion down the line.
I already have a bit of one.
Hit me.
Like, I think a lot of leftists tend to cringe because like the rejecting taxes thing is like, oh, that's a bit of like, don't tread on me rhetoric. And I don't want to be like them. But I think it's actually good to draw lines in the sand where reasonable, even if that is something, sure. Because if anything, we can only do better than the right does when they try to do this stuff. We can only be more reasonable, more scientific, and even more mathematical. And I just want to point out, by the way, like, I'm trying to debunk economics, not mathematics. So any sort of thing that's mathematically true about humanity, any sort of thing that you can mathematically quantify that makes sense, like demographics and statistics, I obviously care about those things still. I just think how we exchange and barter or lack of barter for goods and how our work and time is exploited is way more solvable once we start to think about like owning the means of production and then living in a more ecological model of interaction and exchange. Which
that's perfectly fair.
It's I wish I could do a better job explaining it right off the bat, but I'm I said at the beginning, I'm not polished, and I really mean it. Like, I do not have talking points kind of laid out for this yet, just a more conceptual understanding of it.
That's all good. That's kind of what we're doing here. I only have a half-formed opinion on this stuff myself at the moment. Case in point, I'm not even really concerned about the taxes. I'm just concerned about the energy use needlessly. If two bots are talking to each other and they're both owned by the same gigantic conglomerate, uh, that's a waste of energy. They're not doing anything.
For sure.
And I think it would be to be continued, because as we said, I'm not polished, but I think it'll be interesting.
I can predict their argument, though. It's that these technologies are becoming like exponentially more efficient, right? So the amount of processing power it takes to process that actually is much lower than ever. The problem with
big
that
government leftist in me immediately says what I think we need is an organization to police this stuff, to like patrol the internet, look for bots talking to each other, look for habitual offenders that are making bots that are talking to each other and wasting everybody's time and energy, and fine them.
Yeah. Well, you know what's really going to drive this, like out of any sort of natural balance, especially like a natural balance that the tech bros will try to gesture at, like, oh, like, you know, efficiency is going up and the amount of transactions you actually need to help someone's going down, blah, blah, blah. There's going to be an arms race for encryption. So it's going to be easier and easier to break higher levels of encryption through AI and over the internet as well. And that means that we're going to have to use higher and higher amounts of encryptions, just more bits per bit that we send. And that's what's really going to drive up just like the data load of any of this, because we're talking probably having to go into like the hundreds of kilobytes of, or kilobits really, of encryption keys just to have like a safe credit card transaction, which is like the military doesn't even use encryption keys that strong yet. But we're going there very, like, that's what's going to exponentially rise, if anything.
Interesting. All right. I'm going to be musing about that for the rest of the day.
And I'll leave you to it.
Try to enjoy evading those officers that are coming for you.
And I just wanted to say the channel got quite a bit of attention after you pointed it out, so thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure.
I will be streaming to YouTube maybe tomorrow even, if all goes well, because I finally got this going, and not having a camera was like the biggest thing. So,
hell yeah.
Oh, and I lost my audio.
Awesome. I'll see you there then, my friend.
For sure. And you can subscribe. I think it's Melanie Cosmic Fox 5585 right now on YouTube, because I have yet to get enough subscribers to actually change my name. But you can bet it'll be Melanie Cosmic Fox, just that when it comes time. And I do plan on streaming multiple times per week and doing mostly debate reviews and a little bit of talking about social ecology and exploring those ideas. But it's a very complex subject, so I don't know how I'm going to do it yet.
Well, I subscribed yesterday, and I
I saw that.
And I will share the what I just pulled up is definitely not it, but I will share that with my audience in a moment. Thanks for stopping by, Melanie.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day.
You too. I just clicked very quickly. If I banned you just now, whoops. Sorry. Oh. Let me go back to my screen here. Oh. Well, now that's interesting. Which do I like more? Let's check out what the wiki community say. Junior Z Texan. Hey guys, late as usual. No worries. Okay, good. No, I clicked out. Okay. It's not letting me delete or undelete or copy and paste. And yet, this link seems to be working. I do like the Canadian Broadcasting Company. Oh gosh, yeah, wireless mic, like cryptocurrency mining. Yeah, that needs to be regulated. We can't just let somebody burn up a load of energy over nothing. Sorry if I talk too much. It's a talk show, my friend. You're helping me create content. I am appreciative of it. And by the way, it's good content. You have interesting things to say. Russians are cyber attacking farms to affect the food supply in Canada. That's not a shock to me. Uh, a topic for the future that I want us to discuss is what, as leftists, we think is an appropriate response to cyber attacks because we are under cyber bombardment, particularly from Russia. Russia and China both are hammering us basically at all times. We have to respond, in my opinion, but I think we should have reports on these attacks that happen given to us by the government at a press conference with some regularity. And we should have an expectation for when those reports turn up. Like, was this a strong response? Was this a weak response? Was what they did acceptable? I don't think it's acceptable to fire a bullet after somebody fires an email at you. But there can't be no response. Well, I see an old friend. John Ross, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Jake?
I'm good. We haven't hung out since we were on Left Past 10 together, man. How you
I know that
been?
was. I've been pretty good. Yeah, I was gonna say that was a few months ago.
It
in
was.
December. It feels longer though.
It does. And I do want to say, for those that are confused right now, we are actually not the same guy, although we're pretty damn close.
We're very different. We're very different.
Yeah,
Although
you'll
we have
notice I have
similar
a
mic set.
mustache.
Yeah. And
Yeah. Oh, wait, you do have a different mic. Wait,
Oh yeah.
that looks like a really nice one, actually.
It's not as sure though. It's a step up from what I was using before.
Fair. Oh, it sounds buttery and wonderful.
Oh yeah. That's what I was hoping for when I purchased it. So.
Well, excellent. We got topics on the table. It can be dealer's choice if you like, but I've got some otherwise. What are your thoughts?
Well, honestly, this was just a spur of the moment thing. I just logged on and I was like, oh, I should probably say hi.
Well, heck yeah.
So I guess the weird thing I would ask is the question I would ask you is what are we talking about?
All right. So let's start with what I was just messing around with. Bearing in mind, I don't expect you to have a well thought out response. I don't have a well thought out response. But what do you think is an appropriate reaction from a country when they suffer a cyber attack? For example, let me be specific here. The Russian web brigade hits us every election, and they bombard us with misinformation, and we can track down to Russian servers this misinformation. What's an appropriate response from the government?
Well, I think we'd have to beef up our security more, as far as as a response. This is kind of complicated. This is a new question, so
it is. And I don't expect any of us to have an answer, because nobody does in all of America so far.
Yeah, I mean that I don't know if I could really answer that.
I'll say this: I think we should retaliate in some way. I think there should be consequences for the country that does. I don't think a violent retaliation is appropriate, but I think, like, I don't know, a set of agreed upon economic sanctions for certain actions. Like, if there's a misinformation campaign of this scale, we don't buy oil from them, or this, that, or the other thing.
Right.
I'm down for a little economic warfare, sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm noticing the nerd talk in the description there. I was like, I don't know, how do you it's funny because speaking of nerds, like I'm looking for. I mean, because I'm a big Nintendo nerd. I'm just gonna
Oh,
say
hit.
it.
We can go down a nerdy path any way you want. Hit me.
Well, the thing is, like, I'm a huge Nintendo nerd, and I'm, really enjoying the Switch. I mean, that's really what I do for a living as a streamer. Aside from talking about left politics, I also game stream. But I'm looking
Cool.
forward to the successor. There's rumors that it might be called the Switch 2, and honestly, in plain English, I believe that's like the best name you could probably just have. I mean, they always have those code names. Like for example, the code name for the Wii was the Revolution. The code name for the Switch was X, or I think it was NX.
Ooh,
Which is kind
that's
of
not as
ironic.
good as Switch.
Yeah, ironic now. But I think like it probably would just be better if they stuck with the Switch name. By just putting a number 2 after it.
Yeah. I mean, once you have a hugely successful, I just got to brag that Adrian Vixen's watching. I'm a little
They're my
geeking
friend.
out.
They're a
Oh,
fellow
cool.
former TYT mod. We just had our 1 year anniversary last month.
Well, heck yeah. Yeah, and to your point, once you have a popular game system, or a popular anything, why do all the work of advertising again? They just put a 2 on it, and people
Yeah.
instantly know what you're advertising. Oh, there's a new version of the Switch. I like the
Yeah.
Switch. I'll go buy
Yeah.
that. Yeah, absolutely.
Switch.
Have they teased at all when that's like? I was gonna know from context. I know they haven't announced a release date, but like, do you have a reasonable expectation of when they might release the new console?
From projection, it's gonna be, they say, the first quarter of 2025. So
Wow,
yeah.
that's not that far off.
Yeah, I mean, they just had the last direct. What they say is the last direct, the Nintendo Direct for the Switch. I think the next one is going to be for the new console. Obviously, they're saving a lot of their newer games for the successor.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I was reading in the chat, scrolling through. Wireless Mike says, "From social issues to video games, really?"
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, Mike. Really. I mean,
No. I wrote about this for Local 4, and I'm going to pitch to you, Wireless Mike, the same thing I pitched my boss that got me to write a column about video games for about a year. The video game industry is larger than the film industry, the music industry, and the auto industry combined. I don't remember if I'm saying this correctly. Definitely than the film industry and the auto industry combined. So when this dude's talking about a video game console, it's about twice as relevant as somebody talking about the new Tesla truck. It's going to be responsible for more economic growth, more money changing hands than any film you saw. So absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I'm a gigantic nerd, so I love
Yeah. It's like now I'm kind of just like rediscovering my love of video games, which I had in like my preteen years. I think now the big change is they're for everybody. There used to just be an age limit. So I love the fact that a lot of the newer systems there's not really a target demographic audience. It's really just for everyone. And that's what I love, is that anybody of all ages, of all, social groups, speaking of social, could enjoy a Mario or anything like that.
Absolutely.
Saucy
And by the
Sandwich, my
way,
children have robbed my PlayStation. Oh,
that's gonna happen.
I honestly, I can sympathize with Saucy Sea Witch in the chat, because I had a PS2 growing up, and I mean, I had it taken advantage of. And then like before that, I had the Xbox, the original, and that got stolen. So that I didn't have it for. I only had it for 2 years, so that has
That's
a really
stolen.
sad.
That sucks,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, it
Oh,
does.
going with my theory, by the way, that leftist politics is everywhere and is all
Hmm.
things.
Hmm.
Bethesda officially becomes first Microsoft game studio to fully unionize as of last
Woo,
month.
woo.
Boom.
We
If
need
you
more.
guys were concerned about the quality, not just the working conditions, but the quality of products Bethesda has been putting out recently, and you've probably had good reason to be, fear not, because these motherfuckers have a union now.
Yeah,
241 developers. I didn't even realize they had that many folks. Signed a union authorization card or indicated they wanted to unionize via online portal. Fan
Taz.
freaking
Yeah,
tastic.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally. Um, yeah, this is obviously a change in tune from this should be kind of, I guess you could say, a stepping stone for all game companies.
I
I
hope
think
so.
following, yeah, definitely following suit of more worker owned or unionized gaming places. I sure do hope it.
Absolutely.
I sure do hope Nintendo, if they, I hope they are already, but I do hope that they take a page from this.
Yes.
I do hope Sony if they're not already, takes a page from this. I hope that
Oh, yeah.
Microsoft,
Who
I
does
think
World of Warcraft? I'm trying to remember. They used to be like the biggest name. Blizzard.
Blizzard,
I
yeah.
hope Blizzard does. Thor from Pirate Software
Mhm.
was talking about when he used to work there and saying like I made less than minimum wage, even
Yeah.
though I was making the most popular game in the world at the time, and I was one of. I think he was saying like it was a team of like 100 people. The
Mhm.
game was making millions and millions of dollars a year, and he was making less than the people who would pour his coffee for him.
Mhm.
No shade on the coffee pours. Lord knows I appreciate what they do, but motherfucker was programming the most popular game in the world
Yeah.
and was
And
making peanuts.
the game is still popular even today. Like
Still,
still popular.
there was a South Park episode made about the motherfucker that
Yeah.
features Thor's dad as a character, by the way. Did you
Mhm.
know that the guy who in the World of Warcraft episode, the guy who's harassing everybody online, he's modeled after
Yeah.
Thor's dad?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, like he's kind of like a. I want to say like he's kind of like, I think he's modeled after like an overweight guy who just sits at home and plays
Yeah.
online.
He was he was an art director of some sort. So the
Mhm.
dude responsible for those really cool cinematic trailers. It's an actual person, and that guy's son now has amongst the most popular gaming related channels on YouTube. And also, the guy was thrilled to be featured in the episode. I would be too if South Park took the piss out of me. Absolutely.
If South Park took the piss out of all of us wannabe podcasters, we probably give them a run for their money, so to speak.
Oh my god. I like there's a certain kind of honor in getting dunked on by people that are really good at dunking, you know?
Yeah, that reminds me. Like, I know this is probably like 20 years ago or more now, but you've probably heard of the movie Bowling for Columbine, Michael
Yes.
Moore's movie about gun control. Okay, so Trey Parker was interviewed in the documentary, and he apparently led people. Michael Moore, who I actually enjoy, don't get believe it or not, um, led them to believe that he was the one who did the animated segment in the film about the history of like guns in the United States, and did not consult that with Trey Parker. And he and Matt Stone got so pissed off that they portrayed Michael Moore in an unflattering light in Team America years later. Like this just tidbit.
Fair
Um,
enough.
yeah. So
Well,
yeah,
you were asking for it, Michael Moore. You knew who these guys
yeah.
were.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy. My face is like barely in the camera. I just moved my setup yesterday, so there might be a bit of
I
cut
got
off.
this.
There we
Bada
go.
boom.
Much better. Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I enjoy Michael Moore's movies. I think they are as relevant today as they were. Look at a segue from video games to movies. They are relevant today as they were 20 yeah, I keep thinking 20 years, probably more than that. Like
All right.
Sicko was released like the movie about universal healthcare. That movie was like released in 2007, so we're talking like maybe 18 years. But
depressingly still relevant. Really wish they weren't, but they are.
I mean, and the weird thing is like I enjoy it. If that's not a weird thing to say, is like I enjoy those films.
No, it at least feels like, even if it's not comforting to know these are problems, it at least feels better to know specifically what the problems are rather than a general sense of dread.
Mm-hmm. And he's still on point at times, Michael Moore, even when, admittedly, when his brain breaks. It's just like in 1 minute he's on CNN saying one thing and then saying another thing the next, and it gets very, very confusing. Looks like I'm by myself. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I thought I was by myself there for a minute. Like, don't leave me by myself.
Oh no, I'm just experimenting with putting the focus on.
No, fine.
Actually, you know what? F it. Let's do it live. When I do this, hold on. First of all, can you still hear me talk?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Okay, cool. Do you get a little window that shows me back screen, or do you not see anything?
No, I just see myself.
Dang it. Okay.
Now I see you. But this is perfect. This is perfect. Although I love the little logo you have in the background there. I'm just going to say that.
Oh, it's a lot.
I wish I could do that. I wish I could do it. I'm still learning. Get
you a pink suit from Suitmeister, and there's a lot of fun you can have. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can.
Pink suit.
Oh, you'll see in a moment, my friend. I'm using a virtual camera through OBS. I've got a green screen behind me.
Oh, I can tell you the stories I'm having right now with OBS.
Oh no. It goes in and out for me.
Yeah.
In terms of whether I love it or am infuriated.
It's like I have to use that as mainly because I'm using also like what you're using here with StreamYard. I'm using something similar called Restream. And I use that to do interviews. And when I got I've had this set up for 2 years. So I got this in 2022. This PC that I'm using right now. And I downloaded OBS. I looked at YouTube like a lot of young people, because I still feel young in the common sense, to see how to connect your Nintendo Switch to OBS. And I found a good video about it. And so I bought a little capture card thing, which I now have.
Okay.
And it's working, but there have just been days when it tends to crash, and I get weird. I get kind of angry. I get frustrated, and I get embarrassed too. I get embarrassed too because I'm like, there's like 1 billion people watching me. Not 1 billion.
Yeah, you'll go live and you'll have a thing that you bought to do one thing, and then it doesn't do it, and you're like, well, great. Why did I spend my precious few?
Why did I save up for this? Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like it's not even that. It's not even expensive. It's like the cheapest thing you could buy. Yeah. No. And it's just like most of the people that are in your chat, some of them, whoa, on a Switch, yeah, anti-corporatist, yeah, that is total dope. I also want to say I love anti-corporatist in the chat. Right? I love his channel. I want to say to anti-corporatist, who's your moderator, I love your channel, dude. I love the fact that you do you're like I don't want to like say truck driver, but you like drive a vehicle and you go places and you're on the road and you're live and you're just at a different place, like literally like every day.
It's a cool
window. I think it is so cool. And I watch it and I'm like, this guy's awesome. This person's so cool.
And he's got great politics. He doesn't always talk about politics, but he's
I think
tip-top.
I don't know if we've shared I don't know, anti-corporatist. I don't think have we ever shared a show screen like this, like a call-in show? I might have with Leatherhack.
I have all the time with him. I don't think you've been up when he's been here. But
Yeah,
I'll tell you, that's
I tend to oversleep on the weekends. Like today,
that's
Saturday is like
fine.
I like woke up at like 11:30 Central Time. Yeah, no problem. He said thank you in the chat. You're welcome, anti-corporatist. I love the name, by the way. You were gonna go live
Yeah,
today, but Jake was on. Yeah, I was gonna go live today too and stream on Twitch and game stream, but uh, something came up, so I have to postpone till tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow.
I my consistent thing that I wanna do with, streaming a game is I wanna play Andrea Rovinsky's Chex Quest mod so badly, but my incompetence has been, displayed in front of an audience multiple times now with my inability to install a very simple program,
Mhm.
so I'm a little gun shy of
Those
announcing
programs
that
are
I'll go
so
do that.
hard to install, man. Like again, it's just like
Yeah,
once you
it just,
get
like
something and install it, it depends on how old your PC is or your system is.
I have an old it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out eventually. If a
Yeah,
14-year-old kid from Sierra Leone or whatever can do it and make a video about it, surely I can follow the video and figure
yeah,
it out.
yeah, definitely. Um, yeah, as I was say, I've actually watched a little bit of Left Past 10 since I've been on there. You had some really great guests. Yeah,
Man, we've got Matt Strackbine, man. That guy,
yeah.
I don't know
I
how
interviewed him.
he knows everybody, but he does.
Yeah, I interviewed him on my own channel like 3 years ago. Hoping to
Boom.
do another one. Yeah. And like again, when we left, when Adrian, Vixen, and I and 8 other people who left the TYT mods last year, he did a show with us. It's called When Mods Resign. I'm
Yeah.
sure you can go find it on Letterhack's YouTube. It was really good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a new comic out with Harvey K. He's making the rounds now. I bet
Oh
if you
yeah.
invite him, he'll come on again.
Yeah, I
The
hope
most
so. I need to get on that. I need to start doing more streaming because I've been sort of slacking off lately. Hey,
you know
Johnny
it would
T,
be a
right?
fun show. Maybe we could try to do this if I can figure out the tech end. There are so many leftist slash video games folks. It might be
Mhm.
fun to either do like a debate mixed with like a deathmatch and Halo style thing, or
Yeah.
just like a co-op game where you're talking leftist politics or interviewing somebody while you guys play the game together.
I've
I
actually
would
had
enjoy
that
that.
in mind for forever as a way to kind of
Yeah.
just evolve in my thinking with or evolve in the style with like Twitch, like play a video
Yeah.
game and then have somebody
I
on.
there's got to be a market for bringing leftist politics to
Yeah.
more folks. There's way too many people that just have no politics at all, and
You're right. They just
that
want
ain't
to
right in these times.
right, right. You have to have a political point of view.
We might
And
have a guest already.
I'd be down. Yeah, definitely, Melanie. We would definitely do this. GTA. I have not played Grand Theft Auto in years. So, and again, like I probably have to go and probably find if there's like a Switch version of GTA 5. I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, I do my research before I buy video games. I haven't bought a video game in such a long time because guess what? Um oh no, never. No, Melanie. No. Please. We could definitely do this. We need more, like I said, we need more leftist uh voices. And
I'll do
that's
the pen and
important.
paper version. That'll be my area. I'll
Yeah.
do a fantasy or sci-fi version of like the what were those in protests that Tim Pool got famous for filming? Why can I
Oh,
not remember this?
Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, just to
When he
retell
when
that
he
story
when he
through
was
Star
like
Wars.
he couldn't he like yeah Tim Pool or Pimp Tool as I call him. I switch his name up because it's just funny. Yeah, he like filmed Occupy Wall Street and then like has since like obviously look what he's become.
He found the easiest way to make money is to tell
Just to grift.
Republicans
Yeah,
lies they want to hear.
just to pivot towards right wing think tank and grift and make a lot of money off it. Saucy Sea Witches, yeah, Beanie Boy. I agree. Yeah, I mean, I feel that the space is actually kind of fractured a little bit more in in the post Bernie era, because believe it or not, we're
Yeah.
coming up next year. 2025 is 10 years since the start of Bernie Sanders. If anyone believes that, like I was young. I was 22. No, I
Wild,
lied.
man.
I was in my mid 20s, or my early 20s rather. Blanking out. Am I a fun guest? Not to like brag on myself.
Yeah, I
This
think you're a fun guest.
yeah. I should do
You're a
more
chill
stuff like
guest.
this. I'm chill. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not also, it's a problem that I get nervous when I do stuff like this. Like I did a podcast recently with
Oh, it doesn't show at all.
I mean, like I did a podcast recently where like I got really nervous and tried to have a conversation and was just blanking out or just basically doing word salad. I think that's my blind spot, and that's something that I'm trying to work on. Because what I usually
enough.
do is like listen to the playback of any like stuff that I listened to the playback when I did Left Past 10, and I was like, man, I should have really like I make it I mean it when I say I want to engage more. I've done podcasts in the past where I've been invited on as a guest, and I just sit there like a bump on a log, and I just don't say nothing until it's my turn to talk, and I'm like, what's the point of this? Like I need to engage more. I need to have more ways of getting out there, as my online friends would say.
I definitely don't think there's such a thing as universal advice for this, but I do think you either have to do what you're doing and study it closely and make notes and try to consciously follow those notes, or just work on getting in whatever mindset for a conversation. Just whatever mood you need to be in for the kinds of conversations you like.
Yeah, I think Melanie's point was made in YouTube. Just be aware that your audience are often less critical of you than you are of yourself. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I think a lot of the things that when I started out, I think I'm not yet past my 4-year anniversary as a streamer. And I hope to do something, because I've missed the 1 year, the 2 year, the 3 years. So I want to actually try to do something.
You gotta have whatever your channel's version of the Olympics is.
Yeah. I was so nervous when I first started. And I actually had if you go back and look at my first video, my first episode before I started doing interviews, it was 58. It was like 50, I think, 8 minutes long, talking about just whatever, like doing this, whatever's in the news. And I got so nervous that after 58 minutes, I bailed. And I look back and I'm like, man, I am so glad that I've evolved. Because then I initially got a
58
co-host.
minutes out the gate. That's pretty good, though.
Yeah.
You managed to go for 58 minutes. You hadn't worked out. I think my first video was not even live, and it was like 4 minutes. Maybe.
Yeah. It's just like, I'm sitting there like, because at the time I had like an old crappy MacBook that was barely functioning. And I had like a really second, not like this microphone, but like a really, really like kind of low class, I want to say low class, but like not really good microphone. And the camera that I was using on the mic was just bad. My eyewear was broken, literally, because I had glasses that were literally prescription sunglasses, because that's all I could wear. And I had, my hair was much, bigger. Like I look back on that first episode, and hey, Donald James, great to see you.
Hey, good to see you,
and
man.
thank you, Sandy, Environmental Coffee House. Thank you so much for saying that I'm fine, that I'm doing great. My first episode in 2021 in August was like, my hair was much bigger. I had sort of like a I don't want to say like an afro, but it was like it was not good. But I look back on it now and I'm just like, oh God, I'm so
That's
cringy.
the curse of doing this.
So cringy. And I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at doing this.
Yeah.
It also helps to just do this when I feel like doing it. You know, I used to, when I first started streaming, I literally was told just do it as much as possible.
Terrible
And so
advice.
I did that. I won't say who the person is because they're really good. They're a mutual. And they weren't giving bad advice. I think it was supposedly supposed to be
I mean,
good
it's not
advice at the
terrible
time.
advice, I guess, for everybody, but for you and I, yeah. Like when I get
Yeah.
a sour taste in my mouth, that I try to be like, all right, let's give a constructive message, mother.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Well, like not everyone has to be Hassan Piker, which, you know, we could have our discussions about him, and not saying that he's bad, but I think that's the more like that's the person people are trying to be. And while I respect him as a streamer, I wouldn't necessarily want to be that, to be honest.
Same. Yeah. Yeah, it's just not the same right style for everybody.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
Yeah.
man. I took about a 90-minute detour from the video I was doing, and I just now realized I should probably finish that thought. But thank you
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
joining, man.
I was, you know, again, this was a spur of the moment, so I'm glad you're at your 2-hour mark. So I'm
Hell
glad I
yeah.
was able to enlighten the show a little bit. I'm happy to see a lot of people, familiar faces in the chat. You know, Don James, Sandy, Environmental Coffee House, again, anti-corporatist, Adrian Vixen earlier, Pinkerbell, who I know, Johnny Too Late, and some new faces, you know, that I've never met before. Melanie, Cosmic Fox. I've not met Snicks. I might be flubbing that. Abea.
I hope it's
those-
a Bia, because that's what I've been saying for like 6 months.
But I'm grateful to be here. I know, and I hope at some point, like I'm willing to wait as long as possible, but I hope I could do another episode of Left Past 10 very soon.
Oh heck yeah!
I'd like to do a
We had a hoot with you, man. That was a fun episode.
Maybe the next time I could be a little bit more upfront, you know, and be more better. And also Nina Canadian.
I had no
thank
notes.
you.
I thought we had a
Thank
fun
you.
time, but whatever
Nina
energy you want to
Canadian,
bring.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did not forget you.
All right, brother, man. I will see you around, perhaps on
Yeah.
Left Past 10.
Yeah, hopefully. And I hope you come on my show
Heck yeah.
at some point on YouTube.
Absolutely.
TJRS on YouTube.
Excellent. All right. I believe I'm subscribed. I'll send you a message.
Yeah, no problem.
See you, brother, man.
See you later.
If you're just joining us, first of all, thank you, guests, for joining. We're going to open it up to calls again later on. I'm enjoying taking these, and I do want to attempt to get some MAGA folks on here. I have thus far been able to be enough of a gentleman to attract anybody from across the aisle, which I suppose I'm not disappointed in myself yet. Right now, I'm still satisfied with the insults I've been throwing. But later tonight, when I have a quiet moment, then I'll feel ashamed for not being a good host. But in the meantime, let's go back to ragging on MAGA nonsense. This video here, this is a training video that we're watching for Project 2025. Here we go. This is what they play for the new government appointees that Trump would put in place. I believe where we last left off, they were talking about how the environment, how global warming isn't real, and you mustn't think it's real. You, new person who will be in charge of our government as the earth boils. Let's watch a little bit more of this, and then I'll heckle it, as is the way.
And according to our intelligence community, the #1 threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI.
Climate change, motherfucker. The U.S. government, the intelligence community from the U.S. government, famously not a bunch of lefties, famously folks that, overthrow communist governments just because they're communist. That gang is saying, hey, you know what's coming for us? Climate change. All right.
Climate change. This shows how the federal government is all in on this issue. And climate change
they are,
activists
'cause
wield
it's
a lot of
actually
power.
happening.
This is an issue to pay attention to as it has infiltrated every part of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control, don't you? I think about the people who don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Perhaps not everyone will make.
I need a minute here. Wait just a minute. Did she say, now when I think of climate change, of course I immediately think of population control. What? When I think of climate change, I think of the climate changing.
This is an issue to pay attention to as it has infiltrated every part of the federal government. Now, when I think of climate change, I immediately think of population control, don't you? I think
No.
about the people who
No, I
don't want
don't.
you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Perhaps not.
Let me rephrase that for you. I think of the people that don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment. Yeah. Also, maybe just don't have 50 children. Maybe only have your 2.5. I don't know. Who the are you even talking about? Literally nobody was like, hey, we got to stop people from breeding. Nope. Nobody was saying that. That's just you. Maybe saying I'll say this, I have heard lefties say, yeah, don't hate on people that don't have kids. That's probably good in terms of carbon emissions. Not we must stop the breeding. Look, lefties famously enjoy breeding.
Everyone will make that connection. But after spending time in the international space trying to protect life, I can tell you
Right.
that this is part of their ultimate goal to
No, it is
control
not.
people. Let me
That's
share
not
a
what it is.
personal example of how the left seeks to permeate every dimension of life through their skewed terminology and definition. When I arrived at USAID, I had a career employee ask me how many children I had. I thought it was a bit odd of a question, but to be kind, I answered and I said I had 3 children. And he actually said to me, oh, wow, 1.5 too many for the environment. I smiled and I said very politely, if I could have 10 more children, I would. The policy book captures the essence of climate change. And I quote, in the name of combating climate change, policies have been used to create an artificial energy scarcity that will require trillions of dollars in new investment, supported with taxpayer subsidies to address a problem that government and special interests themselves have created. Page 364, end of quote. Population growth, environmental changes, and weather patterns have all been intertwined by the left. They take or even make up a term and create, extend, and alter the definition to validate whatever ideology or position they want to ingrain and convince others is good, when in reality it's not. Often, as you just heard, they are simply not coherent or logical. Remember, our intelligence.
Holy gosh, the stones on these people. I mean, we've gone over this enough. We know what they're saying. They take what they're doing, they say the other side's doing it, and the goal is not to really convince you that the other side's doing it, or at least it didn't used to be. The goal is just to make you think, nah, everybody does that. Nope, just them. Good Lord. Kind of appreciate the chutzpah at least. At least they're really going for it.
Community identified climate change as the #1 threat to America. So even if you do not work at the Department of Energy, no matter where you work, because of the Biden administration's executive orders and policy priorities, you will have to look for climate change language and get rid of it.
Bethany, when you were talking about how the left has
Whoa.
co-opted so many
You'll have to get rid of it. You will have to look for climate change language and get rid of it. So understand, this is a video that they are going to play for all new appointees. If you are a sane human being, and I don't want to be mean to insane people. Insane people are also capable of doing following the advice of scientists. If you are a sinister creature wearing the skin of a man, and you don't believe 99% of scientists, um, you will get appointed to the Trump administration or by the Trump administration to one of these jobs, and you will see this video and you will be instructed that it's your job to get rid of anything that mentions climate change. They do not want to have a debate. They do not want to arrive at a true conclusion. What they want to do is kill debate. They want to not give you the option to make a decision. They want to hide the truth from you. Get rid of that climate change language because these two jackals have told you that climate change isn't real. They're not scientists, but they are evil. So take their word for it. And get rid of all that language. Wild.
words and weaponize so many words when it comes to abortion. And that's something that, political appointees in the next administration are going to have to really look at, this idea that it's a right. There's many phrases that included rights. Is there other places where rights are used as a catch-all and it means something else?
Katie, that's a great question. And in fact,
It
number
really is.
3 is human rights. Human rights in border security. So rights. The left is always coming up with new rights. In the Trump administration,
Oh, this is going to be good. Is there any place else that you think that the left is being crazy? Yeah, saying people at the border have these things called human rights. Wow. We're going to dive into that. First, I want to toss something your way. Can you demand that one person risk their life for another? That's the fundamental question we're asking. I think that you can't. I think there's many situations where you ought to risk your life for another. If there's a child in a burning building and no one else around to pull them out, I think you should run into that burning building and try. But you cannot demand that of somebody. You cannot demand heroism. That's what makes it heroism. Similarly, you cannot demand that somebody risk their life by giving birth. That's risking your life for another person. It's not your call to make because it's not your life being risked. And it's that simple. There's a lot of other reasons that you should be for a person's right to choose. Like, for example, do we have authority over our own bodies? I think the answer is yes. But what you can't do is ask somebody to risk their life for another person. Just on a fundamental, logical basic. All right, let's find out how they're going to try to convince us that human rights disappear if somebody was born elsewhere.
We countered human rights with unalienable rights. The careers went absolutely crazy at USAID. But thankfully, President Trump had established a commission on unalienable rights at the State Department, and we would just point back to the commission. Sadly, our
Good Lord, this person. So she's saying we stopped saying human rights. We weren't into that. We changed language. This thing we're accusing the left of doing. We changed language and said unalienable rights. Because it's got alien right in there for one, and two, it lets us say a different thing. It lets it suddenly mean something different when we change that language. And then we pointed that language that we changed, and we used that as an excuse to put children into cages. Look it up, that happened, to separate children from their parents forever. That's something the Trump administration did. And this lady is very, very proud of it.
unalienable rights at the State Department, and we would just point back to the commission. Sadly, our founding documents were not sufficient, but thankfully the commission was. The Department of State's Commission on Unalienable Rights.
She said our founding documents, meaning the Constitution was not sufficient to do the things they wanted to do to brown people. The Constitution was not. But the stuff that the Trump administration wanted to do, or rather, the stuff that the Trump administration wrote down, that did give them permission to harass brown folks. That's what Trump's all about. Not at all about respecting the Constitution. Not at all that.
Was charged with providing.
They used a code word, you might say. Unalienable rights.
Providing the U.S. government with advice on human rights grounded in our nation's founding principles and the principles of the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, I'm going to turn over border security to you, Katie, as it deals with legalese.
And we all know that border security is a major issue, and the differences between a conservative presidency and administration and the current administration couldn't be more stark than in this area. So getting the
Leaf Cat, I think I saw your name mentioned earlier. Do let me know if you want to have a chit chat on here. If you've got the chutzpah to come on here and debate from a right wing perspective, I will be respectful of that. Let me know if that's what's up. I that's what I'm looking for today above all things. And mods, if they respond and I don't see it, let me know. I'll put that link back up.
The words very precise and correct is crucial. The left has co-opted language and definitions as it relates to immigration. Illegal immigration is one of the most devastating challenges America faces today, particularly when you factor in all of the secondary costs and effects of illegal immigration, including illicit drug and human trafficking. The left knows the American people oppose illegal immigration and understands its effects. So,
all right. First of all, there is a Discord. If a mod is able to send out an invite, please do. If not, no worries. Let me see. Oh, invite people. Never mind. I got you. Dunzo. All right. Second of all, people do oppose illegal immigration. I oppose illegal immigration. The left opposes illegal immigration. The problem is the right calls all immigration by brown people illegal immigration. People who show up on our shores asking for asylum are not illegal immigrants. It's that simple. The left demands that they be treated like human beings who are asking for help. The right wants to, I don't know, suck their blood, then slit what's left of their throats and drop them in the riverbank. I'm just kidding. That's too cruel. That's not what the right wants to do. What the right wants to do is just make sure that pregnant 19-year-olds die in barbed wire in the Rio Grande River. Look it up. That happened. They're proud of that.
So they have spent years using language designed to both conflate illegal immigration and legal immigration, the latter of which most Americans support, and soften the idea that illegal immigration is, in fact, illegal. It is a
good point from Leaf Cat. Clarification here. These ladies are far right. That's true. And there is certainly a difference between right wing and far right on this issue. But functionally, neither Republican or Democrat has been willing to be, in my opinion, humane at the southern border. It's amazing how generous we are when we're talking to Canadians or when people are flying in from Europe. But at the southern border suddenly takes you years to get an application processed. I'm just saying neither Democrat nor Republican is spared from their incompetence, intentional, I believe, incompetence on this issue. But these ladies are indeed far, far right. They're extremists, and this is a video for extremist hires and an extremist for an extremist candidate. There it is.
It's a good bet that the left has focused group tested the language it uses to cover up the horrors of illegal immigration. For example, when describing illegal immigration, the left likes to use words and phrases like undocumented immigrants and migrants. These terms are designed to sound softer and take the edge off the fact that these people are illegally in the United States. It is important to note that they specifically avoid using the word alien, which is the terminology used in federal law. To be clear,
just for the record, I saw the meme. It was indeed very funny.
Alien is not a negative or pejorative term. It is a legal term of art. It simply means.
What was wrong with undocumented migrants?
That an individual is not a citizen of a particular country. Language.
So it's less specific than undocumented migrants. So what's the problem? They were using a more specific term.
Matters here for a lot of reasons, but primarily because citizens of the United States have rights that others, including foreign nationals who are illegally on our soil, do not.
Pause. People have the legal right to come onto our soil with not a shred of paperwork, nothing, naked, no luggage, and ask for asylum. And I believe we have the moral obligation to give them asylum. But they, regardless of what we decide, they have the legal right to ask for asylum. Yet these monsters call those people illegal immigrants.
If I had to guess, I would say that the left's attempt to wash away the term alien stems from their disdain of actual law.
No, it's our disdain for you and what you've done with that word. It wouldn't have been a big deal, except that you kept using it to dehumanize people. Kept saying all these illegal aliens. And aliens and an alien invasion. at the southern border. Alien in common parlance also means creature from outer space. And you treat people as though they are invading from Mars. So specific language is required, mostly because of villains like this.
Since they want to avoid discussion of what federal immigration law actually requires,
Trying to have
which
honest
is
discussion.
everything they refuse to do. And they're
Remember, this is designed so that a person who is working, who is appointed by the Trump administration, believes that they have a justification for doing the things they're going to be asked to do, all of them monstrous. They're not even supposed to really understand all this stuff. They're just supposed to see a bunch of polite ladies and a nice set saying things that sort of feel right to them. And when somebody complains about how they're behaving, how they're abusing their authority, when they abuse their authority to do monstrous things, they're supposed to remember these polite ladies and think, well, there was a lot of reasoning behind it. Well, they did a whole 20-minute video. It must be a reasonable thing I'm doing. This must just be the crazy left that they're talking about. If anything, these two folks have said made sense to you, call for help. Call your old pal Jake. I'll post the link in a moment. I'll explain it to you, but you need to be set straight because these are the sort of folks who will be pictured in history books when describing what the problem was with America in the early 21st century. The fact that they said what they said in this video and were not didn't have cabbages thrown at them every time they left the house. That's the problem right now.
interest in washing away the overall value of citizenship. Remember, citizenship places a focus on nationality and sovereignty. The left has bought into the globalist vision of a borderless world, and their language choices reflect that.
You know what? I disagree about the language choices. I even disagree that the left is in power. They have not been in power for all of American history, basically. There have been some leftist policies passed, but there has never been somebody that I'm aware of who's genuinely on the left who's had the presidency. But let me concede this. They're right about the borderless world. Yeah, I want us to have a borderless world. I don't like the fact that I can't put on my walking shoes and walk from the northernmost part of Canada to the southernmost part of Ecuador without somebody checking for my papers so that I can please mein Führer. I don't like that. I'm kind of a libertarian like that, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's anybody's business. I want to be able to wander through the woods. I'm an animal, man. We all are. We never stop being animals. I don't like arbitrary boundaries. Simply because I was born somewhere, I can't walk somewhere else. That. So yeah, she got me on that one. I have to admit, that is something I believe.
The left loves to say that illegal aliens are undocumented. Not only is that terminology not used anywhere in federal law, but it is clearly designed to soften the
just showed you. It sure is written down in policy, and she just showed you an example of that
concept of illegality by making it seem like it's just a technicality. In other words, if you are undocumented,
it is just a technicality. Yeah, I believe to some degree in open borders. I don't know about the phrase unregulated open borders, but I do believe that we have regulated ourselves out of being animals, man. I'm glad we still have some pointy teeth. Once upon a time, we hucked spears into wildebeests, dusted those motherfuckers, and ate them. We never stopped being those creatures. We just developed governments. And I understand why. I'm glad that we have governments. We can do things collectively that we couldn't do apart. But to restrict the right of human beings to walk where they please when they're not causing anybody any harm, yeah, I got a problem with that. Yeah. I would, by the way, I'm not positive I'm right. I recognize what I'm proposing comes with security issues. And by the way, you should know most of the left disagrees with me on this. Most lefties do not agree with this thing that I am saying now. Don't think I'm being a representative of the left. These, what's a good insult that I haven't used in a while? Albino devils. They think the whole left acts like that because they lie. They're just frankly liars. I don't know how else to put it. But I do happen to believe that. And again, Leaf Cat, if you want to talk about it, links are coming. In fact, I'll put the link now. I'm gonna play some more of I'm gonna play some more of these gals while I put that link up.
It makes it sound like you can be here legally, but you're missing a few pieces of bureaucratic paperwork. That is simply not the case. If an alien has not gone through the appropriate process for obtaining a visa to enter the United States or otherwise followed United States law to enter the United States, they are illegally here. Period. Hard stop. Calling illegal aliens undocumented immigrants is the intellect.
It's not illegal just to show up on our shores. In fact, it is part of the legal process for declaring that you're asking for asylum to show up. Step one is you have to show up. These awful creatures keep calling them illegal aliens, but that's not the case. Wireless Mike, I did not see any of the other messages, but I did see that one. And I did just sign into my email. I'm going to read one from Foxy, and then I will read that one. Theonomists. Okay. I'll have a gander for sure.
Intellectual equivalent of calling someone who breaks into your house in the middle of the night an undocumented homeowner. It is inaccurate and it is designed to be inaccurate.
The irony. What she just said is inaccurate, and it was designed to be inaccurate. It is nothing like calling them that. They are undocumented immigrants because they are attempting to immigrate, and they do not have documents. That is, literally, an undocumented immigrant. To call them an illegal alien, that is inaccurate. Because there's nothing that they're doing that's illegal. And while they do meet the archaic term alien in that they come from somewhere else, it doesn't change the fact that that they haven't broken the law. Now the question, why is she lying to you? Now that you know that, she calls an undocumented migrant an illegal alien, even though they haven't broken the law. And she gets angry that the left wants to use the accurate term, an undocumented migrant. She just lied to you. How come she has to lie? What else is she lying to you about? What is something you fundamentally believe? What is something you have a strong opinion on that was informed only by people like this? Because odds are you believe in a lot of lies. If you get to the point where you're watching this video right here, odds are you believe a lot of lies.
The term migrants or migration are just as deceptive. The left likes to use migrants and migration not only because it sounds gentle, but it also creates confusion. When people hear these terms, they know deep down that migration is seasonal and circular. They think of birds or butterflies. They fly south, they fly north, and so on. And historically, we have had foreign nationals come into the United States for seasonal or agricultural work and then return to their home countries. It would be reasonable and accurate to refer to those individuals as migrant workers because they ultimately return home. But make no mistake, the current mass illegal immigration we are seeing as a result of the Biden administration's intentional actions is not migration.
Pause. Just to be clear, in case you didn't know, the Biden administration had a bipartisan border bill ready to go. Donald Trump did not have much he could run on against Biden on account of, he tried a coup. He's a convicted, he's an adjudicated rapist. He's a convicted felon on 34 counts. Good God. Didn't have much, he crashed the country during COVID. The U.S. handled COVID worse than any other country in the world. He didn't have much he could run on. So, and Biden has all these accomplishments. He's racked up so many accomplishments. So, Donald Trump contacted all the Republicans in Congress and told them, do not sign this bill that you negotiated for. The current problems we have at the southern border are Donald Trump's fault. That and, treacherous Republicans who aren't actually interested in helping you or processing claims faster. By the way, that's what they're always so vague about the problems at the border. Ask them specifically, what is the problem? Is the problem that people are showing up? Is that it? Is that the whole problem? Brown people are arriving, knocking at the door? The problem is not people sneaking past. The problem is that we have a backlog of cases. That's it. There's a pretty simple solution to this, by the way. Hire more judges. Process the cases. Yes, you can come in. No, you can't come in. It's that simple. If you can come in, here's your visa. If you can't come in, there's your bus ticket. We'll see you. We just need to process more claims. Republicans have intentionally done this. They've intentionally made the whole process overcomplicated, and they've underfunded it so that we don't have enough judges. We don't have enough workers. The person at Ellis Island who stamps your little pass and says, welcome to America, land of opportunity. Go make something of yourself. Yeah, we don't have enough of those. Because of Republicans. Republicans, as they are with everything, are bad for the border. Just like Republicans are bad for the economy. They're bad for security. They're bad for running the military. They're bad for choosing who should be police. Republicans are terrible at everything, and the border is no different.
And these people are not migrants. It is an orchestrated invasion being.
Case in point, what do you mean they're not migrants? You're saying they're not migrating? That's specifically what they're showing up to do. They're not migrants. It's an orchestrated invasion. An invasion. That implies that it's got a military goal, doesn't it? That implies that they're trying to do harm to us. Oh, and it's orchestrated. Somebody, there must be somebody out there trying to do harm to us by having brown people do the worst thing they can possibly do. Exist. Brown people arriving? Yeah, they're trying to immigrate. They're immigrants. There's a song about that. And it rocks. There's nothing wrong with immigration. We're a country of immigrants, except for the folks we genocided. But even there's evidence. It looks like they might have come from Japan at some point. The point being, look it up, it's fascinating. The point being, this lady is trying to convince you that brown people are scary. That's it. An orchestrated invasion. Where the fuck? That's a mighty bold claim. Here's my question for you. Where's the evidence? Orchestrated? Who's orchestrating it? What makes it an invasion? How is it an invasion to show up and ask for asylum? Sake, man. Just really sad. It's sad to me, not just because people fall for this, but because these See You Next Tuesdays knew that there was that evil in the hearts of Americans that they could toy with, that this would work. This is the sort of thing that would freak out Americans. I'm embarrassed on behalf of America that this works. I'm not embarrassed when people do like a for-profit college scam. I think it's sad, but they're playing on people's desire to better themselves. At least that's an admirable desire that's being played on. I'm not embarrassed when somebody sells you snake oil. They're playing on your desire to be healthier, to cure your ailments. It's an understandable desire, but your desire to see brown people suffer, you that it ever worked on you. You're a bad person. You got to work on your soul. If this worked on you, because they were playing on an emotion that I would have liked to see. This was a bad call. I would have liked to see that Republicans, the first time this argument got rolled out, that Republicans sneered at it, said, "What's the matter with you? We're a country of immigrants. Trying to make us angry at somebody who's trying to immigrate." I would have had some respect for Republicans. Frankly, it's just revealed to me that I was right to never respect them in the first place.
Led by the Biden administration in conjunction with the Mexican cartels. The bottom line is,
you
win
effing
or
morons.
lose.
Nope. You think the Biden administration, the president of the United States, needs anything from the Mexican cartels? Look, I'm doing you a favor by being embarrassed for you. You got to pick up some of this weight, though. I can't carry this weight of your shame all on my own, Republicans. You got to start being a little bit embarrassed for yourselves, because you're a shameful lot, you wretches in the Republican Party. You got to be embarrassed that this is the sort of thing that is acceptable. Now, look, good news is, if you're saying, "But wait, that's not me. That's not me. I don't believe that stuff." You got to start being loud about it. I got to see Republicans sharing this stuff around and saying, "What kind of pathetic losers have we become?" Because if you don't acknowledge it, then I got to acknowledge it loudly. Because we look alike, Republicans. I look like a Republican. That makes me angry.
Political fights based on language. If you let the other side of the debate set the terms of the debate, you've already lost. In the context of immigration specifically, we have to start using more accurate language to describe what is going on and pegging our language to existing law. If we can take back the language here and elsewhere, we will win more of these fights. So, Bethany, I mean, these are some great examples. And another one that comes to my mind that has been completely co-opted by the left is gender. And I know you have so much experience in the history of your professional life in dealing with this. Where are we today on this issue and the language and the words and the definitions?
Let's talk about the word gender. The word gender is no longer a polite way to refer to biological sex, male or female. The word now is completely toxic. It's no longer being used to mean male or female, but now how people identify, which is where we get this idea of gender identity. Katie, did you know that there are between 72 and 1,000?
Here's a wild thing. Conservatives. Maybe just stop wondering about who's got cooties. Who cares what's going on in somebody's pants? You know, the time to ask is when you're on a date or when you're on the dating app and you're saying, I'm interested in this to this. That's when it's relevant. When some person is walking down the street and they say, I identify as a they, then you say, okay. And that's it. You just respect people. Sort of like when somebody goes by Thomas and they say, I prefer Tom. You say, okay, well, Tom it is. Not all that difficult, is it? That's called being polite. There's not between 72 and 1,000 genders. As in, it's a social construct, and I don't know of 1,000 different kinds of genders. But this person wants you to feel like it's all too much what the left wants. Oh, it's all too much. I could never, 1,000 genders, how will I ever keep track of that? You're supposed to freak out when you hear that. When really, it's not difficult at all. All you have to do is not be insufferable. Which, I mean, they're incapable of it. They don't have souls, so they only know how to, be infuriating and terrible. Mike, speaking, I'm getting bored with this. I'll be honest with you guys. You get it. You get it. These jackals will keep on saying the most ridiculous stuff ever. I just want to remind you, this is a training video. This is a training video that would be seen by new employees of the government. Really soak in that. No, I don't know that. I forget that. I'm barking at I'm barking out the window. Mike, I looked at the what you can do at did I? Is this the right one? Yeah, I looked at what you can do at wickednetwork.com. Oh wait, there it is. Nobody is talking about the oh nope, this is perhaps this is one point that could be. All right, we got a new video. This looks more interesting than what we were just looking at. And I think we're going to switch to that. Because I'll just keep ranting and raving at these two, but you get what it is already. So here's a suggestion from Wireless Mike. And I think
my name is Frank.
I thank you and the Anticorporatist for bringing it to my attention. It takes a lot. My attention is all the over the place. This video is called Duty to Warn. May I tell you who Mike Johnson really is? It's by Frank Schaefer, who I am now subscribed to. Thanks for the heads up. We're going to have a gander.
Schaefer, and I have been the unfortunate observer of the digression and devolution of the evangelical movement since the 1960s, when my father, Francis Schaeffer, became a famous evangelical figure, writing books such as Escape from Reason, The God Who Is There, and so forth. By the time I was in my early 20s and writing and directing a series of documentaries I made with him called How Should We Then Live? And then Whatever Happened to the Human Race, featuring Dad and also C. Everett Koop, who became Ronald Reagan's Surgeon General.
Oof.
Dad was entrenched, and I was entrenched in my small nepotistic way as an evangelical leader of what was becoming the religious right, with Jerry Falwell, Pat Robertson, and the others.
Quick pause before we move on. I'm sure there's 72 genders. I'm sure you could get up to 1,000 genders. I'm sure there's this, that, the other thing. I'm sure when you factor in intersex states, the various degrees that can happen, plus the social mores and whatever, I'm sure you could get up to there. There's not 72 genders in the common parlance. There's not 72 things you're going to have to memorize. There's just basic human decency. All you have to do is address somebody the way they want to be addressed. Mr., Mrs., they, them, he, she, whatever if there's one of those other genders that exists, all they have to do in a polite society is inform you what you're supposed to refer to them as, and then you do it. So my point being, you don't have to memorize all these things. And those two ghouls were trying to make it seem like it's this, like when you become a leftist, you get this encyclopedia and you've got to memorize every page of it. That's all I'm saying. It's not necessary. All that's necessary is that you agree to address people the way they want to be addressed. It's just that it's not even really a leftist belief. For the longest time, that was just called being polite. Someone's name is Jonathan Harris, and they say, I go by Jack. You say, okay, Jack, pleased to meet you. And that's the end of it. It's never been difficult. I'd be curious to know what some of those genders are, though. I hope I meet some.
Fast forward to the present day. What we could never have imagined as we launched our war against women, against legal abortion,
Fair.
against anyone who stood up to the tyranny of evangelical belief systems, was that in the next century, the 21st century, by 2023, there would be a speaker in the House of Representatives representing the Republican Party that had become the Trump cult, third from the presidency, who would be everything we imagined and hoped for, an extremist evangelical believer who had groomed his own thinking based on that of what was called the Reconstructionist movement or the Theonomist movement back in those days, led by people that no one in the media had ever heard of, like Rousseff Rushdoony, who was writing that we needed to change America from a democracy as we understood it, where the will of the people ruled, to a theocracy where Old Testament law was applied with the force of law, up into including the execution of gay people.
Go easy on Leafcat. My understanding is they are one of the few right-wingers, or maybe let's say right-wing inclined folks who's willing to come here and listen to a lefty rant and rave. Now, I appreciate that we have a relatively high standard of conduct for these times, but let's give them some special consideration, because it does take courage. It does take a certain degree of maturity to go hang out in a crowd that you know doesn't agree with you and listen to what they have to say. Look, even Leafcat, and Mike and everybody else too who's talking to him. Even if you don't end up agreeing with me, which I don't think you will, I'm glad you're here because you will at least know how I feel about these things. You'll at least know what my opinion is. I've noticed that most often right-wing media lies to you about what the leftist position is. So I'm glad you're here regardless. Please go tell the others what lefties actually believe. Back to it.
The execution of adulterers, the reintroduction of slavery, you heard that right, as a biblical mandated form of labor, supported by the Old Testament, supported by the New Testament, that was clearly the will of God for the lesser race, as Rushdoony believed it, of Black people across the globe. These were racist, homophobic theocrats who would have put to shame for their tolerance and mercy the Iranian mullahs who put young women in prison where they are raped and killed if they have the temerity to not wear a headscarf. When I began to write my book, you see it behind me, Crazy for God, about my journey out of the evangelical community, I included quite a bit about Rousseff Rushdoony and my connection with him and with others back in.
I don't want to bounce around too much, but Foxy, the next thing we're going to look at is those genders. I have thoughts, and I think the right wingers who do watch will be interested in it. That's a fascinating link. I want to talk about that. But first, I want to devote full attention to this because there's a special place in my heart for people who are earnestly trying to find the meaning of life. And people who are earnestly practicing religion are doing that. I don't like that religion has been corrupted by politics. So let's get back to this.
In the 1960s and 70s, who were following along with my dad, who were fellow extremists, theocrats, pushing for America to become a theocracy, not just simply to bring it back to its roots in the Bay State colony and Virginia in the days when America was a Christian white country, but to go further than that. This is what people didn't understand. It basically, the Reconstructionists like Rushdoony believed that the theocrats who founded the Bay State colony, people like Winthrop and others, had not gone far enough, and that indeed the founding fathers themselves in the Constitution and Declaration of Independence had strayed from a true Christian vision, which was not a democracy, but a theocracy ruled by biblical Old Testament law, literally interpreted, again, including the execution of gay people, etc., the execution of adulterers, the reintroduction of slavery. Of course, when I started talking about this, people would look at me as if I was crazy, that I would take such a thing seriously. Surely America was becoming more secularized, more dependent on science. Weren't we the people who put someone on the moon? Democrats were doing quite well in Congress. We had Democratic presidents alternating with Republican presidents. Republican presidents, like the Bush family, especially Bush Sr., seemed moderate by comparison to the evangelical voters, some of whom were already supporting him, bent on taking over the country for their point of view. People like Ralph Reed.
Let's see. 7 Mountains Mandate. There's a little group that follows. It's called 7 Mountains Dominionism. It's I'm on Wikipedia, so you know my depth of knowledge here. Is a dominionist conservative Christian movement within Pentecostal and evangelical Christianity. It holds that there are 7 aspects of society that believers seek to influence: family, religion, education, media, arts and entertainment, business, and government. Many of our woes are the direct result of 7 Mountains Dominionism. And that, I believe, is what he is part of what he is talking about.
Dr. Dobson of the Focus on the Family, my father, Francis Schaeffer. The politicians at that time kind of suffered us gladly because we brought them voters, but they were clearly not one of us. Fast forward to the era of Donald Trump. Donald Trump was never one of the evangelicals either. He regards them as necessary idiots to maintain power, easily led fools who can be fobbed off to support his crime family with a few sops like nominating ardently anti-abortion justices to the Supreme Court and federal judiciary, etc. But he's all about personal power. Now, however, something else has happened. He has opened the door.
Side note, if you question that, if you think, what? No, Trump said he's religious. He said that, yeah. And when he was asked what his favorite quote from the Bible is, he refused. He just said, I like the whole Bible. Okay. What's your favorite book of the Bible? I like it all. You know, I like all the books. The books are very good. I don't know many people who are religious that are incapable of even coming up with a general answer to that question. Guy held the Bible upside down. Look, you can make the argument, I will disagree with it vehemently. You could make the argument that Trump is good for Christianity. Again, I think he's terrible for Christianity and all religion, frankly, as well as terrible for basically everything else that exists. But in particular, I think he's doing a lot of damage to Christianity. But you can't make a very convincing argument that he is a practicing Christian, because he doesn't go to church, doesn't seem to understand anything within the Bible, is not able to name books of the Bible, much less passages from it, and he has made fun of religious people often throughout his life. I think he thinks that they're rubes to be played with, and that frustrates me.
Or to people like Amy Coney Barrett in the Supreme Court, who are ideologues driven by the Reconstructionist vision of not just bringing America, quote, back to God, okay, sort of rolling back everything that's happened since the 1950s with feminism, gay rights, and so forth, but beyond that, changing America from a constitutional democracy into a theocracy. This is the aim of Amy Coney Barrett. Whatever she says to the contrary, she was groomed and raised, conditioned and indoctrinated in a weird Protestant evangelical / Roman Catholic cult that was too extreme for even most conservative Roman Catholics, and regarded itself as the true church, the true representative of Catholicism, a Catholicism that would be very at home in the 12th century, a Catholicism that would be at home in the wars of religion in Europe when Edward III of England attacked the French king, claiming the divine right to rule France as well as England, and had whole towns slaughtered and people raped and killed and tortured, things that would make Hamas today look tepid by comparison. This is the background of the religious wars that had plagued Europe and gave rise to the Enlightenment and the Renaissance, where there were men and women, men such as Galileo or the Medici family, backing artists like Botticelli, who began to delve back into the pre-Christian history of Greece and Rome and look for inspiration, and was painting things like the birth of Venus or the Primavera, the birth of spring, goddesses and nymphs and satyrs and other things.
The cults Amy Coney Barrett belonged to is called People of Praise. People of Praise, if you want to look it up.
Beings created that were in his work that Roman Catholic strict theologians such as Savonarola hated. And in fact, when Botticelli converted to Savonarola, he burned some of his, quote, humanistic paintings and began to paint dreary pictures of saints and other religious subjects. And that's not a footnote, because we've seen this seesaw between liberty and democracy and science-based view of reality and facts with the superstition and the long reach of the church before. And now in our own age, with a speaker in the House who is a Reconstructionist, not just a nice Protestant evangelical, but a Reconstructionist who believes in Old Testament law being superimposed onto the American system, who is groomed by people like Tony Perkins, who is an avid follower of not just my father, Francis Schaeffer, but of Rousseff Rushdoony and the Reconstructionists. Though they don't often quote them because they don't want people to go into those writings and find what they actually support.
Pause.
Which is overt racism.
That's a real problem. If you belong to a movement which actively attempts to conceal its beliefs, that's a problem. You have to ask yourself, why do we need to be dishonest? I'm a big believer in the things Martin Luther King was trying to accomplish. I don't mind if you look up his quotes about socialism. Not even to say whether I agree with them or not at this moment, but I don't mind you knowing everything there is to know about Martin Luther King, because I can stand by what I believe in. I'm not concerned that I'm trying to sneak one past you. I'm not. But this person, this guy's father, the political figures he's mentioning who will quote some things that their inspirations say, but they'll paraphrase so that you can't actually look up the rest of their belief system. That's suspicious behavior. That's not the behavior of a righteous person. That's not the behavior of somebody with a belief system that they are proud of or that they think other people would benefit from. If you're on their side, it's time to ask why. Why don't they want other folks to know what they're trying to do? Why are they being deceptive? Why is it that they've recently popularized the phrase, lie for the Lord? I don't recall Jesus being a big fan of liars.
And the killing of gay people, people who commit adultery, the banning of divorce, punishment for not just adultery, but what they regard as the birth of bastards and illegitimate children, the closing of not only all abortion clinics, but the execution of prostitutes. I'm not exaggerating. This is what the Reconstructionists called for. You know, this new leader of the Republican House in Congress said if you wanted to know what he believed, read the Bible. Unfortunately, if you do read the Bible, you will shudder, because if this is what he wants to do to America, we will not only no longer be a democracy, we will be led by someone like Trump or a smarter version of him, using every means at the disposal of the state to harass and finally get rid of, yes, eliminate.
Pause. I'm an unbeliever, Leaf Cat, but I don't think I would be classified as anti-Christ. I don't believe, personally, that anything supernatural ever happened. In fact, I believe if it did happen, it is by definition a natural event. But specifically, I don't believe that in the resurrection or the divinity of Christ. And yet, I think a lot of Jesus's teachings are good. Can you really say I'm Antichrist? Not fully agreeing with everything said about a person, I don't think means I'm against that person. I'm the antithesis to that person. I understand what you're saying. You're talking about the strict definition and saying, well, if Trump meets a lot of these, yada, yada, yada. I get it. But think about the implications of that sentence on its own. Unbelievers are by nature Antichrist? I don't think that's so. What about somebody who's never heard the word? Of course they don't believe. They don't you're not born intrinsically knowing the details of the Bible, even if it turns out everything that the Bible says gets verified. It turns out to be totally true. Somebody who's in an uncontacted tribe in the middle of Brazil. Antichrist? I know you're not saying they're bad. You're saying it's the definition of the word. I'm just saying AC is using that word as it is warned of in the Bible. Just food for thought, and also because I'm in a debating mood.
Eliminate those who disagree with this Old Testament biblical law. And by the way, it's exactly the same reason that the settlers on the West Bank feel free to steal the land of Palestinians and have been doing so with impunity.
Great point. Great point. If I was a vegetarian, would that mean I am anti-meat consumption? Yes. But as a non-believer, does that mean I'm anti-believer? No. And that, I think, is more my point. It's not the same thing as it's not a binary in this case. I am for a lot of Christ's teachings, if you consider what is in the Bible to be the teachings of Jesus. I'm for a lot of it. I'm not a believer. That's the hair I'm splitting. Although I do want to point out that you still made a good point. And that's an interesting take as well. It's a good way to phrase it. If I was a vegetarian, would that mean I'm anti-meat consumption? Yeah, for you, that would. Although I would then further split hairs and say you could be a vegetarian for health reasons, yada, 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 yada. But point still taken, fair point, but consider that to not believe is not necessarily to be against all teachings of the Bible, which I want to stress I'm not. I'm a big fan of love thy neighbor. I'm a big fan of flipping over the tables of the coin changers. I'm a big fan of the golden rule, a couple of the commandments. And I don't think you should crucify people. What about antipasto? Also a good point. And yeah, as always, Foxy saying it better than me. Damn it. She always says in one sentence what it takes me a paragraph to get through.
Impunity. As of the time I'm making this comment, they have murdered in cold blood 186 Palestinians in revenge killings for the Hamas attack on the southern border of Israel. No one's talking about these revenge killings. They're just shooting people down in cold blood, pulling them out of cars, beating them to death, stealing their land, as they have been doing since the West Bank was conquered. Somehow this doesn't rate in the news. Everybody's talking about Hamas and Gaza, while the West Bank is quietly being stolen 1 acre at a time, families pushed out. And it's its own story. But it's a story rooted to a view of biblical law and the ownership of
Never, John Bailey. We're enemies now.
that land because of what these settlers say are owed them because of the book they believe in. The same book Rousseff Rushdoony and the Theonomists in America want to lead America back to, and then beyond that, establish an Old Testament theocracy, the likes of which has never been seen in any Western country since the Middle Ages, when you had the Holy Roman Emperors aligned with the popes trying to craft law according to what they saw as Christian teaching. But even they realized that the Christian gospel of the New Testament had in some ways corrected, at least in their view, the harshness of the Old Testament. But our American theonomists don't want to have anything to do with the New Testament era. They want to go back to the Old Testament. They, like Rousseff Rushdoony, who is someone no one's heard of, had an enormous influence on a whole generation of Christian leaders, like Tony Perkins, who then influenced the Speaker of the House, who is a theonomist himself, and is going to use whatever means at his disposal to carry out this program.
Yeah, I was going to say we're way past 123. We're at 100,000 in revenge killings from the Netanyahu government at this point. But all right, let's get back to the video. Point still taken. The principle still is the same.
So we've gone from people who are backstage, as it were, like my late father, Francis Schaeffer, and me when I was an activist on the religious right, to people on the stage, along with Donald Trump whispering in his ear, giving him lists of people from the Heritage Foundation and other places to nominate as justices to carry out their wishes, to a place now where Congress itself is being run by a majority party that is in the grip of a theonomist, a reconstructionist, an actual one who's a true believer, an actual American version of the Iranian mullahs here on our soil now, third from the presidency. Everything that I have been warning about, starting with...
Yeah, I got a comment there. For Americans of a certain age, there's imagery that should resonate with you. You ever see those fellas in wearing foreign-looking garb with big long beards, and the clips we got were them being like, and the translation would be like, "Death to America! We are engaged in a holy war. May the infidels all explode," or whatever. Y'all, that's Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's Mike Johnson. That's all these people that are saying, God gives me the right to get gay people killed. God says. That's what you guys have become. Once upon a time, you guys despised that. You were able to recognize the grift that was happening from one religion, riling up its followers to go attack another group of people that weren't attacking them. The people in the World Trade Center were not attacking anybody. They were just going about their days. You can make an argument that, oh, America was doing this as a whole, yada, 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 but it was a terrorist attack. You all, on the right now, you're like the equivalent of folks that would vote for Hamas. Really stew in that realization for a moment. You're getting people killed. They engage in stochastic terrorism. That term began to describe people that were involved with Al-Qaeda. That's the group you're hanging with now. You want to know why lefties seem so angry all the time when you're talking to them? It's because they're trying to be patient with you while they explain to you the specific ways in which you're engaged with a group of terrorists, if I'm being frank. But you are. And they're getting you to believe some pretty monstrous things because they cloak it in either your religion or your nationality or your race. They pretend like that's what they're defending when they attack people that are not in that group. When they convince you that the Browns in the South are an invasion Remember, they're from the South. They're from Mexico. You know what that makes them? Not you. Oh, that's not working? Well, they're one of those Muslims. So it's okay if they explode because they're Muslims. You know what that makes them? Not you. Oh, they're gays. That means they're trying to attack your way of life by existing. You know what that makes them? Not you. And maybe you don't go out and smash somebody's head in with a rock or shoot up a concert. But you watch the people that inspire the people that do that stuff. And those people are called stochastic terrorists. And when you watch those people and you give them money to their for advertising because they got to click, they got to like, they got to share out of you, you're supporting it. You're getting people killed. For some reason, the lies they're telling about gays, about brown people all over, about people that have different religions than you, for some reason you enjoy hearing those lies. And you put in zero effort to find out whether or not they're telling you the truth. And you cover your ears when people tell you you're being lied to. And at some point, those of us who just want to live have to question how much it is you're responsible for here. Because it's not nothing. Not after years of this. Not after 20 years of war in the Middle East. Not after however many decades of fighting for gay rights, however many centuries of fighting for black rights. At some point, we got to wonder, how complicit are you? Hence, this stream and an attempt to talk to you yet again.
My book, Crazy for God, up until the present moment, has now come to pass. And the question is, as we face the next election, will these people win the presidency? Will Donald Trump be back in office? And if he is, he will reward this person who helped engineer his insurrection and his attempt to overthrow the last election. And between these two men, there will not be another election as we understand it in America, because the system will genuinely.
Now, this is the sort of thing I would love to talk about in person. Because I do agree with this. I very much agree with this. I think the both of us have been misrepresented by a group called neoliberals. I know the word liberal is in there, but it describes people who decide things based on basically looking for any excuse to give everything to big business. I agree. We have both. On both sides, we have not been represented. However, your side, I retract that already. I didn't even say it, and I retract it. On the left, the people who have failed to represent us fully have at least attempted to pass some policies which address real problems and operate in reality when they're using their rhetoric. The people on the right do not. They shut down the government whenever they can. They engage in rhetoric that does get people killed. And most importantly, they misinform. They misinform their voters. It's not the same. It's happening on both sides, but it is not the same. One group has failed to do good. The other group has actively done evil. From my perspective, that's what I'm seeing. Want to look at who was getting us into war for 20 years? The farther right, it was both. It was both. The farther left you go, the less likely they were to support the war at any given time. The farther right you go, the more likely they were. Who was against gay marriage? Farther right, more likely to be against it. Farther left, more likely to be for it. That's a personal freedom for Americans. This is just copy and paste for every single issue. Deregulating giant industry. Farther right you go, the more likely they were for deregulating and letting the Norfolk Southern trains charge around until they crashed in East Palestine. Trump specifically signed the regulations that caused that crash, or that rather the deregulation that caused that crash in East Palestine. It's not the same. You're right that it's on both sides, but it would be a mistake to leave it at that.
Genuinely be changed and rigged in favor.
And I want to be clear. Thank you. It can't be stated enough. The presence of an opinion outside of the group that already agrees with me is to be commended. Because I know you're in the lion's den right now, and you're awful. You're being awful brave, and I appreciate that. But now you know how I feel, and I'm glad to hear that there is reasoning happening. We will figure this out. I recommend we all vote for the next Bernie, personally.
Of a different view of government. In the case of Donald Trump, a venal, secular, adulterer, thrice married whoremonger who doesn't give a crap about Christian teaching, using the necessary idiots as he sees the Christians, giving them things he doesn't care about. He doesn't care if women can't have abortions or that the pill is outlawed, or if gays are hounded and lynched and hung from bridges and eventually executed legally, let alone gay marriage. Gay life itself will be endangered by people like the House of Representatives in its present leadership.
Wireless Mike, this conversation is more the focus of today's stream than this video is. I like this video, but the purpose of these videos are to spur on the conversation. So it's not distracting me from what we're here to do. That said, it's a good video. I appreciate it. But no, it's not a distraction. And it may be a bad faith argument. In this case, I happen to think it's not. And I don't think it's a hell of a thing to ask somebody to get in front of a camera or a microphone and do this stuff live. Right now, we have nobody willing to do that on behalf of the right. So I'll take somebody who's willing to do it over text. Also, this guy's made his point. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to listen to the rest of it. But he's talking about fundamentalists controlling our government, doing harm to religion, and everybody else. So I'd say he's off. I'm going to keep addressing it if an interesting point is made. And so far, Leaf's made a couple of interesting points.
Leadership form. He won't care about that as long as he can remain in power, feed his ego. His crime family can go on profiting from his criminal enterprise, as Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, did with his $2 billion payoff from the Saudi Arabians, etc.
Also, I know it says right-wingers, but if you want to call in, Mike, you know you're always welcome, brother man.
This crime family of strong men and populists does not give a crap about Christian teaching. They use the evangelical voters. Believe me, if another group of voters rose up and kept them in power, they would turn and give them what they wanted. These are a perfect match. A tyrannical crime family being guided by true believers from the religious right. People like Franklin Graham, Billy Graham's son, who's also a theonomist and reconstructionist, but he's not the leader of the House of Representatives. And people like Ralph Reed, who has been whispering in the ear of Donald Trump from the beginning to get the judges he wanted. But now it is as if Ralph Reed and Franklin Graham are third in line to the presidency as leaders in the House. That's what we now have today. And so the stakes have never been higher. And people are talking about this, but even in the media reports on this person, the connection has not been made with the philosophical background from which he comes. Shame on the media for not doing any homework whatsoever on what has influenced this man. They simply talk about his statements, which are mild compared to what he really believes. He wants to bring in laws against sodomy, and they think that's what his aim is. No, the theonomists want to execute gay men and women.
That cannot be understressed. We've gone through this for so many generations now that I feel it would be immoral of us to keep giving the benefit of the doubt. No. He just wants to do the one horrific thing. Remember what he talked about earlier in the video about how they don't directly quote the people who they're getting their system of beliefs from? Why don't they directly quote them? Because they don't want you to look it up. They don't want you to know specifically what these people are calling for. If you think this guy's exaggerating, let me be clear. Since this video came out, Project 2025 documents got leaked. Page 5 classifies homosexuals as pedophiles. That's one of their goals, is to say that homosexuals and pedophiles are the same thing. That's a little less offensive than if I said all pastors are pedophiles. I say it's a little less offensive because there's actually a great many examples of pastors diddling kids. On page 500, I don't know this specific page, actually. I think it's 550. Actually, I think it's 552 of Project 2025. It puts forward the idea that all pedophiles should be executed. So on one page, they say we're going to classify gays as pedophiles. And then we're going to execute that group we just classified the gays as. That document came out after this video was released. He's not wrong. If you supported these folks, I don't entirely blame you because there's a multi-billion-dollar industry that's there specifically to lie to you. But now you've heard the truth. You can go look up Project 2025. Now you can't tell me you don't know. Now you can't tell me nobody warned you. Look at what you're supporting. Are you really for the extermination of gays? Because if you're not, what else does Donald Trump offer? What else do the Republicans offer that you're willing to allow the gays to be exterminated over? What tax policy is so good that you're okay with killing innocent people? That's a blood sacrifice, my friend. Jesus was supposed to be the last, if I recall correctly.
I'm not making this up. I knew Rousas Rushdoony. At one time, I was of a similar mindset. I have been there and done that. I knew personally the people who guided people like Tony Perkins and Ralph Reed into the philosophy they now have. They say things publicly like, let's outlaw gay sex, let's outlaw sodomy, let's outlaw gay marriage. But if you know them and know who influenced them, what they believe is that gay men and women should be killed. If you know them personally, you know that what they believe is the reason we need to arm ourselves with semi-automatic and military-style weapons is that eventually, when their program comes to pass, if anyone tries to hinder them, they will have an armed group of people as angry and disenfranchised and out of it, and I'm sorry, but frankly stupid, as the followers who came to Donald Trump's rescue or tried to in the insurrection, ready to commit violence in America. And what they cannot achieve legally through the democratic process, they will achieve through overthrowing it. And when it is overthrown, we will be not like Iran. We will be the Christian version of Iran. It won't be Christian in the classical sense that my father would have recognized, but it will be an authoritarian non-democracy run by a tyrannical mob family, the Trumps, and people they assign after them, or someone like them, or worse, with these theonomists and reconstructionists waiting in the wings to carry out what they believe sincerely. Unlike Trump, this leader of the House is not a con artist. He's the real deal. What he believes sincerely in his heart of hearts is God's will for America, the way the settlers sincerely believe that God has given them the West Bank to settle. These people are killers. They believe in the death penalty for gay sex. This is what they believe God has instructed them to do. So I would.
Let me be clear. This is a godly man talking. This is a believer talking. And he's telling you this as the son of one of the people that's promoting this crap. And he was saying this before we had all the information that we currently do about Project 2025. He's just told you. If you're a right winger, he's just told you the group that you're supporting right now is trying to get homosexuals killed. You got to reckon with that. They wrote it down. They published it. Page 5, and I believe page 552. I have this stuff memorized. Why don't you? Why didn't you already know that? If you did, why are you still a supporter? If you didn't, it's not necessarily your fault that you didn't know this stuff, but you should ask why you didn't. Seems like a pretty big deal. Seems like a pretty major part of what they're trying to accomplish. Why was that kept from you? How are these people able to get you to support a group which is trying to kill Americans without you even knowing that's what they were doing? I suspect that until now, at least, your media ecosystem has not been very good. I congratulate you on doing the main thing you got to do, which is listen to some of the other people who are talking about this. Good. But now you also have to ask yourself the question, the folks I was listening to before that never told me that I was supporting a group of killers, why didn't they tell me? Do they not care about the truth? Why don't they think I care about the truth? You have to answer that question. Because it's not a game. People have died. We all, not just you, me too, people in this chat, we all bear responsibility, either for our action or our inaction. This generation that we're living through now is ours. And we all bear responsibility for what takes place on this planet while we are here.
I would invite you to do the same thing he did. Pick up a Bible and read it and figure out who and what is now third from the presidency.
Wise words.
The next election is one where you are an evil person unless you work your butt off to get Democrats elected to save what remains of our democracy. You are wrong and bad if you are not working to get Democrats elected. Do I think the Democratic Party is perfect? No. I think a lot of them are idiots.
Yeah.
They make big cases out of pronouns and all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do with anything.
That's what we're talking
about. It's as if the house is burning down and all you're worried about is saving some china that you inherited from your grandmother instead of calling the fire department. And by the way, I am pro-trans and pro-gay and all the rest of it, but we are wasting so much time handing our head on a platter to the far right with peripheral issues instead of attacking the large issue. Do we want a democracy or do we want a theocracy? And do we want a theocracy run by people who believe that the only place a gay man or woman belongs is on the end of a rope? Who don't believe in democracy and who, in the case of this lawyer, actually started a group to engineer the demise of gay rights in America and started another group that then worked with Donald Trump to overthrow an election because they saw him as a handmaid of God, so to speak, the way Amy Coney Barrett sees herself, to replace the rule of law with a strong man that God would raise up the way this man believes he's been raised up in Congress to do their bidding. Donald Trump didn't deliver much, but he delivered for the evangelical voters, and he will again. And this time they are led by a theonomist in Congress.
I do love a fire and brimstone preacher when they're preaching against things I agree are sins. So I kind of get it. But we got to be better than we have been. I cannot get past the begets. Donald James X, I just think for myself, I formulate my own ideas, but I also know I'm not an expert in anything. Hey, you're an expert in you. Always. And your opinions are valid, and I happen to like them. By the way, I saw the link. You sent me. I'm excited to check it out. I hope. I can't wait. All right. We're going to end with something a little bit fun here, gang. Hey, what are the 72 genders? Wow, there's really no satisfying way to... there we go. All right. Let's have a gander. So here is the a list sent by Wicked Foxy Dragon. Thank you, Foxy. Talking about 72 genders that one may encounter while out in the world. All right. Now, let's have a look. Agender. A person who does not identify themselves with or experience any gender. Agender people are also called null gender, genderless, gender void, or neutral gender. Yeah, that one's fair. All right, so far so good. A bimagender, abimagender, associated with being profound, deep, and infinite. The term abimagender. Okay, hold up. How do I pronounce real quick, gang? If you ever make a video about how to pronounce something, Don't give an intro. Just say the word. Oh, God, the person didn't even know how to say it. A bi-me-gender is what I heard in that little how-to video. Okay. A bi-me-gender, associated with being profound, deep, and infinite. The term a bi-me-gender may be used alone or in combination with other genders. Yeah, I got look, hard disagree right there. What do you mean being profound? My gender is being profound? Nonsense. That's just astrology charts, but for people who are trying to be socially conscious. That said, what's the polite thing to do? Well, if somebody says, "Oh, I'm a bi-me-gender," then you refer to them as a bi-me-gender. If they walk up to you, if you say, "Oh, here's Miss whatever," and they say, "Actually, it's Schleem. It's Schleem Johnson, not Mrs. Johnson." Then you say, "Okay, this is Schleem Johnson," because it's just polite. You do the same thing with somebody's gender as you do with their chosen name. Adamus gender, a gender that is indefinable or indomitable. People identifying with this gender refuse to be categorized in any particular gender identity. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's all fine. Everybody gets to choose what they want to identify as. I do want to point out that there would be some life would be easier if they would just agree that agender is the word for that. I don't like that we have two, but that's a personal foible. Aerogender, also called, I'm not even going to try. This gender identity changes according to one's surroundings. Okay, now that's cool. A gender chameleon. I like it. I like it a lot. Because look, you could be one gender in the gym and definitely another gender in on the dance floor. Affectu gender. This is based on the person's mood swings or fluctuations. Also fair. Let's jump down. Let's get some interesting ones. Wait a minute. Did I just hold up? I saw a really cool one. Burst gender. Oh, I can't wait for this one. Frequently, bursts of intense feelings quickly move to the initial calm stage. Dang it. Okay, that's another one where it's just horoscopes, but for people who are trying to be socially conscious. Or more importantly, people who are making a game out of being socially conscious. Look, we're trying to right society here. We're trying to make society organized in some way. The point is not to affirm oneself or whatever. The point is to be able to sign a letter, fill out a bank form. Don't throw us curveballs unnecessarily. I'm saying imagine you're coming up with a system of writing for the first time. Don't make a th don't make a y into a th. Don't have three different theirs. Don't throw curveballs unnecessarily. Cast flux. There's a fluctuating intensity of irrelevance towards gender. That one I think there's a place for. Again, I'm not actually criticizing anybody who uses this stuff sincerely. I am simply kvetching. Frankly, I'm a little annoyed that we have Mr. and Mrs. I wish we would have just had the one, because that halves the amount of spelling I have to learn. Demi-fluid having multiple genders, some fluid, while others are static. All right, that one's a fine one. Gender queer. The individual blurs the preconceived boundaries of gender in relation to the gender binary and having just one gender type. Yeah, I've seen David Bowie. That's fair. Ooh. Mirror gender, changing one's gender type based on the people surrounding them. Heel gender, a gender identity that gives the person peace, calm, and positivity. Well, that I like. All right, now this is my favorite one. This is what we're going to end on. Oh, it's 68. I'm not mature enough to end there. All right, this is the second to last one we're going to end on. Gender witched. The person is inclined towards the notion of having one gender, but does not know which. I like that a lot. Now, see, that's one I really understand. Again, you don't need my permission to use any of these. You don't need my permission to use these for me to respect these either. But if you're asking for which you're not, but I'm giving it anyway. If you're listening to this, you're here to hear my opinion. So my opinion on these is what I'm giving, and I like this one. This is an understandable one. I get how this problem happens. You're walking around, you're like, hey, I want to just decide. I don't want two closets full of clothes. I just haven't decided if I like the little black dress or this get up. I get that. All right, 69, because I am apparently 10 years old. Girl flux. The individual identifies themselves as a female, but with varying intensities of female identities. That one might actually be the most relatable of all of them. Oh, Mike, I'm so sorry, brother, man. I took the link down because I was signing off, but let's chat for a second. What's going on?
Oh,
Mike.
you don't want to talk to me. Okay, I see how you want to be.
I want to talk to you, but a little bit.
Yes. Hear me?
Yes, sir. Also, last time I think the problem was on my end after all.
All right. I think we have a bit of a delay. My internet is messing up again.
Fair enough.
Freezing on me, but I'm going to try to get through this quick and not take up too much of your time. That list that you're going through, that's actually technical term specifically for the psychological awareness of therapists and patients struggles with identifying their genders. Gender is extremely fluid. It is separate from sex, which I think is supposed to be common knowledge by now, but apparently a lot of people forget that. Psychology is very deep. It's different for everybody, and many people can experience a lot of those same gender identification same time or switch between them, much like different personality types, which is all a little bit misunderstood in the psychology, but that's a big part of it. So,
yeah, no, that's fair.
Again, it's psychology. It's based on brain chemicals, and I think damn internet.
Yeah, it's being rough, but I get your point. It's not as we were saying, it's not meant for people to like memorize all these and what a big issue if you get the wrong one. No, it's for psychologists to have shorthand in their notes.
No, not at all.
And I'll say this:
not at all.
I would like us to have a non-gendered Mr. or Mrs. That's one thing I do want invented. I want a generic person greeting, like a formal person greeting.
Something other than they.
Yeah, because they isn't very formal. I want I like calling people Mr. or ma'am or sir. I want the non-gendered version so I can just refer to that. Comrade is close, but not quite. It's a little too cash.
Right. Where I kind of do tend to struggle with it is, in a way, the whole Mr. and Mrs. kind of thing, those titles, those official titles, I feel like should be generally more acceptable based on sex instead of gender, because gender is so deeply personal and it's not always so publicly displayed so that just anybody, especially people who aren't feel
I'm getting one word in 30.
Dadgummit.
I don't know what's going on, man.
Fucking technology. It's my internet. It's this fucking time of day.
Dang.
It's
all right. Well, point still taken. Point still taken.
Hang on. Let me see if I might be able to fix this. Then again, I
no
might have just
worries, man.
lost all contact.
No. I hear you loud and clear now.
Oh, okay.
I do think.
Okay.
I think you're right. Like, I think it is like Mr. and Mrs. is definitely more related to biological sex than it is to gender, and even then, it's an easy correction. It's just
Well,
I
just
do want.
in general.
I'm just so like I would think that by now. Look, hey, insufferable lefties out there. If as long as you're coming up with terms for if someone's got a who's it or what's it, there's got to be somebody who's just as nerdy and just as particular as I am, but is much smarter. Come up with a name for a generic Mr. or Mrs. Somebody pitched one the other in another stream. I forget what it was, but it started with like an X. That's too much for my mouth. It's gotta be real simple, you know? Give me a formal they. That's what I'm asking for.
Yeah, I get that. It does seem like demanding the correct gender identity being addressed by everybody in public at all times is kind of putting a lot on people who are generally ignorant of the concept of gender, let alone showing people equal respect. A lot of people just aren't. People still haven't caught up to the concept yet.
Well, I don't think
there still needs to be a little bit of a.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with like
I don't know what that's
demanding that somebody respect what you've just told them is your whatever.
Correct.
It's just that yeah, I mean that's it. I mean you're not as long as it's known that you're not expected to come in knowing it. At the same time, the other edge of that sword is that you've got to be willing to acknowledge, like, if somebody says, "Oh, actually, I'm not Mister, I'm Mrs." You don't say no, like, "Oh, my name, I don't pronounce it Tim, I pronounce it Tom." You don't say, "No,
Well, I beg to
you're more
differ,
Tim."
sir. I can see with mine eyes that you obviously have a penile.
And also, how much would that
Sorry,
hurt
that
if
was
you No, that's exactly my kind of humor. It was just delayed, so I didn't react in time. But, no, like, lady with a mustache, they exist. And how much must it suck these days to not only have a mustache, but to consider yourself a lady? You're born biologically female. You happen to have a mustache. And now on top of that, there's these jerks who are like, "Nah, you're not a lady." Nope. Like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Life's hard enough.
This whole thing going on. This whole it is the thing that's going on with this the boxer in the Olympics that they were saying was a transgender man, and they're still saying this shit. By the way, it's already been cleared up. It's already been and they're still out there saying, just last night, Trump held some late night freaking rally, and he was still saying it, and so was Ronnie Johnson, who looked like he was literally tweaking on cocaine while he was up there speaking, and it, oh God, it was infuriating.
They're obsessed with people.
They do it on purpose. It's meant to be a distraction. It's meant to keep people angry and on edge and constantly bickering back and forth so that we're not focused on the kind of things like the guy in that video was talking about. Like the actual reasoning behind the kind of shit that they're trying to pull.
Yeah.
Well, I mean that and the fact that they're trying to literally do away with the Constitution and replace it with a fucking theocracy, like a hard fundamentalist theocracy that calls for blood sacrifices of the sinners, and that's insane, man. That's terrifying to me, and I'm a Christian.
Yeah, the believe it or not, like, I can't stress this enough. There's a lot of Christians in my life, like both like in person and online. There's like I enjoy generally speaking. Like first of all, I grew up in a very Christian community. Second of all, I just like the way religious folks, sincerely religious folks, approach life. I personally relate to more because you can be atheist, and I have nothing against. I love atheists also because I am one, but like you can be atheist simply because
Same.
you don't care. Whereas there are Christians like that, but the people who are identifying themselves to me as a Christian generally are doing so because they do care, and we're talking about this stuff. So it
Yeah.
sucks
Yeah.
when
That's a good
like
point about
you know what?
them being able to be that, to believe that just because they don't care.
Yeah, and it's like,
I've
well,
never
like
thought
it's
of
a
it
lot
that
of
way
folks that
before,
are
but that's a
like,
very good
oh,
point.
like I'm agnostic and like I call myself atheist because I care so little that I don't even bother to look up the definition. But like I feel so bad for Christians because I get what it's like to have a Sam Harris in the media. Sam Harris being like this asshole atheist who's making us all look like assholes. I'm like, no, that's not. Please don't think that's me. Please do not think that's me. That guy is not in this group. It
Right.
sucks, dude.
Yeah,
It just sucks.
I have a lot of in IRL. I have a lot of atheist friends. Most of my friends
Sure.
growing up, and still today, are atheist. In part because I have a really people who still regularly go to church and
Yeah.
watch, Sunday morning sermons from their favorite minister who has a giant mega church that continues to not pay taxes, influencing people how to vote. I can't stand this kind of shit. I hate the use of it. I try to espouse to people as much as possible. I'm not trying to convert anybody to anything. I don't judge you
Yeah.
for what you believe. I have no clue which religion is right. I just know the one that I'm familiar with and the one that seems right to me in my own heart. But
Sure.
I have no problem with faith. My problem is religion. I despise religion. Religion is an excuse to be derogatory and hateful and dismissive. It's an excuse for expressing and behaving in the worst possible way that humans.
It's just grifters that I can't stand. Well, like if you get together in a church every Sunday and you listen to somebody who you pay to make it their business to study the good book closely, okay, cool. I just hate when a grifter comes in and they tell you that's what they're doing and they say, give me your money, I'm going to study this book. And they don't. They don't open the Bible at all.
Oh yeah,
All they do is buy a jet. I can't stand that. It's like if I paid who's a
and I'm more
stereotypical.
infuriated by individuals who like to.
Oh, go ahead.
There's a delay.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, no,
Go ahead.
I'm even more who get up there on the pulpit and they they'll interpreting it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we'll have a theocracy.
Translation is
Every
my
time.
internet.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man.
Xfinity
It's cutting
sucked
out.
ass.
We'll have a theocracy day. Or not a theocracy, good lord. We'll have a theocratic. Nope. We'll have a talking about religion day soon. Because I want to fox with these people a little bit. Like just I want to talk to people with all kinds of religions and have some of those like hippie conversations that I enjoy. I love this metaphysical stuff, man. Want to get into it.
Yeah, it is a fun discussion, but
It is.
I did want to touch on a couple of things that we talked about just yesterday, actually. One
Okay, I'm
in
all right. Go ahead.
well in the rally that they held in was it Arizona or Nevada?
Mm.
Arizona, I believe. Um, there was a huge freaking crowd, and the Palestinian were there, and she responded almost exactly the way you and the letter hack both said that she should.
Good.
Moving
Good.
forward. Without
I'm
yet
telling you,
people
she
have paid
listens.
attention to it
She
that was
listens
the
to this
case.
stream.
She did respond quite well, but she also moved on pretty quickly.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
she did good.
Yeah.
And you asked me a question, you know, how do we convince these people um
Wait, can you repeat that?
I would pose this. You asked me how do we convince those who are protesting to basically, you know, swallow their pride and vote for a Democratic president.
Well, all right.
I would
I have a caveat there, but go ahead.
propose this. Well, what's the caveat?
Well, I was asking, how do we convince them that this president will pursue peace in Gaza? How do we convince them
Oh,
that that
well,
is
I mean,
something he's planning on doing?
she stated it last night, right after she addressed them, and she immediately stated we need to move forward with a ceasefire. We need to move forward
Good.
with getting these hostages back and
Excellent.
ending the violence. But one of the things I wanted to point out was, I mean, which I think is pretty important, and I don't think people are keeping in mind, mass deportations. Mass deportations do not just pertain to our southern neighbors who are coming here for asylum. Mass deportations means anybody who was not born here, even people who have become citizens may be at risk for this. And I'm going to give you an example as to why I believe this. Story about he was born in Canada to a mother across the border, and the very next day they came back to the States. He was considered a citizen, and he ended up growing up being a military veteran. And then after he left the military, he worked for over 40 years as a truck driver, running his own transportation company as a truck driver. And this year, in his late 70s, I think he decided that instead of having to drive across country for him and his wife to go visit friends and family, they were going to go and apply for this real ID thing so that they can get on a plane and travel. And the state of Tennessee's Department of Homeland Security denied his real ID and wouldn't even extend his existing driver's license because, according to them, they could not confirm that he was an American citizen. It's a 76-year-old man, I believe, who owned his own company in this state for over 40 years, and they thought he wasn't a citizen. I think, in my opinion, now they've since fixed it, but it took over a month. Like,
Going in and out again. Well, we got about 30 solid seconds of dead air there. Are you still with us, Mike? Dang it.
can you hear me?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're back. And out again.
know
You know,
where
for a
I choose,
religious
but-
man, I think you've offended God.
I may have. That's a possibility.
Oh no. We'll
At
we'll
this
both do a
point.
Hail Mary.
At this point,
It
I think
sucks
that
that
might
he
be a
got
possibility.
had to be hassled like that in his 70s after living here for the better part of a century. Oh my word!
Mhm.
So I didn't
Yes.
catch it. What ended up happening? You said it all got squared away.
Well, it did eventually get squared away because the news stations around here picked up the story and kind of brought about
Was it Tennessee News 5 again?
a lot of news channel cover. I do believe it was. They've been really on top of things lately.
They're fantastic, man. They are tip
Crazy
top.
conspiracy cop in Millersville. Yeah,
Kudos.
yeah. There's a lot going on here, man. We've had several white supremacist marches this year since 4th of July. We've got our own crazy conspiracy cop up in Millersville who is convinced that there's a ton of pedophiles in our government as well as our own TBI here. Just a lot of wacko shit. And they've been covering a lot of it. No, supposedly they fixed the issue, but I think this was did you lose me? Did I lose you again?
No, I was that why was like
if you can
why
hear
are
me,
these people
Comcast.
Okay.
Oh,
Comcast.
oh well, they're coming
No,
here
that
because
my
our
why was why do
Republicans.
these people get hired as cops? Do we not do any background checks anymore? What the
In this case, the mayor and a couple of other people who are in charge of the city and the county, they believe the same shit that he does. And he goes on these podcasts and, talks about his crazy conspiracy theories. And just conspiracy theorists are people, man. They really are. I try to give the benefit of the doubt, but I'm just tired of it's the simplest, easy when it comes to reasoning data even still on anymore.
No, you are. You are. No, you are. And I was getting it. It was jumping in and out. But
Okay.
But you're saying conspiracy theory folks just have lost the ability to reason. And I agree. They have shown if you truly it's one thing to entertain a conspiracy theory. A lot of those are even fun, like Area 51 secretly has this or that. But to truly believe and to make a politics decision based off of something like that, to affect people's lives, you've shown a lack of judgment that should disqualify you from any position
Well,
of responsibility.
to so deeply entrench yourself into the conspiracy theory world it's like fascism. It's easy. There's not a lot of thinking involved. There's not a lot of soul searching, and you don't have to accept hard truths because it's easier just it up to, well, it has to be somebody's fault instead of, times. That's just life. And you can chalk it up to just laziness or lack of intelligence or mental illness, but either way, it's just easier. It's easier for the individual.
A lot of times it is
And
better. It's easier for people to imagine that somebody cares enough about you to hate you than it is to deal with the monstrous indifference of the universe. Yeah. It's a hard
That's
thing.
a very good way of putting it. Yeah. Yeah. Very good way of
And
putting
the
it.
irony is the only real defense we have against that indifference is each other. So we end up isolating each other for it's now I'm bummed out. Man.
Well, that's the sad thing. That's the sad reality of this whole MAGA conspiracy theory thing. Maggots, whatever you want to call them. The fact that their existence and the words they say, the things they do, their behavior, and what they want is not like them. It brings out so much. They're bringing us down constantly
Yeah.
because they're making us feel towards them the same kind of shit that they feel towards everybody else that they try to villainize.
Yeah.
And you know,
My patience for
Hate.
that is
I
hanging
hate
on by
hate.
a thread. Ugh.
Yeah, I hate hate. I'm intolerant
Yeah.
of intolerance.
Yeah.
And I'm having any concern for sociopaths and empathy, which basically is the exact thing that you know I despise about those people. I am exhibiting it. I am feeling it. I am expressing it, and that makes me a worse person just by them. How toxic that shit is. It brings us
Yeah.
all down.
Really
I
good
think we
point.
need to figure out how do we fight that.
Yeah. I think that's a good point to
And
end
now
on,
that
brother
I've brought
man.
everybody down, happy Saturday, everybody.
Happy Saturday.
Shit.
All right, my friend. Thank you for
I'm so
joining. I'm going to sign off.
sorry. I am a bummer.
It was a good conversation. It was good to hear
Thanks,
from you.
guys. Seriously, do try to have a good weekend.
You too, brother man. See
Well,
ya.
thanks for having me. And really do have a good weekend, everybody. Much love to you. Go Harrison Walls. Let's do this, man. Let's end this crazy shit. See
Heck
you
yes.
around.
See ya, brother.
Bye, Cares.
Well, gang, that was a pretty good stream. I do want to disagree with one thing. Your old pal Jake cares about Tennesseans quite a bit. News Channel 5 has become, thank you, Wireless Mike, for the recommendation, one of my favorite local news outlets because they do a good job of reporting on the goings on in Tennessee. Yeah, I care, man. And I think a lot of other folks do too. I think I, as much as anyone else, have allowed the far right to make me monstrously indifferent to the woes of the South. And thank God for things like the Valley Labor Report and Wireless Mike and you and Pinker Bell and all the folks who and Letterhack and all the folks who consistently remind us all around the country, around the world, that most of the country is decent folks. You're not alone. Snicks would be a Phil. Yes. Love that guy. He's fantastic. That's on my bucket list for this channel. Before the FBI inevitably takes it down, I do want to interview him on it. All right, gang. This has been WYCD Wicked. That stands for What You Can Do. My name's Jake, and this is Donald James X.